Good evening and welcome to the October 20th, 2022 regular meeting of the Board of Education. Um, NUSD has opened its boardroom for in-person meetings and will follow the state's and Alameda County's safety guidelines for public gatherings. Please refrain from attending in-person meetings if you have any COVID-related symptoms. To observe the Board of Education meeting, members of the public may observe the meeting via the NUSD YouTube channel, live transmission on Comcast Channel 26, or in person at the NUSD boardroom. Spanish translation is available via Zoom. In regards to public comment, the public will have the opportunity to address the Board of Education regarding non-agendized matters and agendized items with a live audio-only comment via Zoom with advance notice requested by email at publiccomment@newarkunified.org, a written comment by submitting a speaking card via email at publiccomment@newarkunified.org, or with live in-person comments by submitting a speaker card with our executive assistant, Ms. Gutierrez. With that, roll call, please.
Board Member Zhang?
Here.
Board Member Hill?
Here.
Vice President Grindal?
Here.
President Nguyen?
Here.
All present?
All present. A meeting is called to order at 6:01 p.m. On to closed session. Are there any public comments on closed session tonight? Thank you. Yes, I forgot to approve the agenda. Thank you, Vice President Grindal. May I get a motion to approve the agenda, please?
I move to approve the agenda.
Motion.
Second.
Motion made by Member Zhang, seconded by Member Grindal. How do you vote, Member Zhang?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Grindal?
Yes.
I'm also yes. 4 ayes. Okay, now we are on to closed session, and there are no public comments for closed session items. So in closed session, we will be discussing item 3.2, public employee discipline dismissal release, item 3.3, conference with labor negotiators, item 3.4, item 3.3, conference with labor negotiators, NTA and CSEA, item 3.4, conference with labor negotiators, employee group NUMA, unrepresented supervisors and contracted employees, contracted management, human resources executive director. Item 3.5, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, and then we are now recessing to closed session. Thank you. Evening, everyone, and thank you for coming tonight. We are back from closed session. I do have one item to report out in closed session. On item 3.5, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. In closed session, the board accepted the claim for stolen items at Bridgepoint, claim number 611978 with unanimous vote. Thank you. On to Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. Would one of our students like to lead the Pledge of Allegiance? One of our students here tonight? Go ahead. Thank you so much. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so much. On to item 6.1, School Spotlight, Crossroads Independent Studies. Welcome.
Thank you, President Nguyen. Good evening to the board members and staff and audience, community members. We are delighted to start this evening off with a fantastic presentation from Ms. Calderon, who is the principal of Bridgepoint and Crossroads and the adult learning. And so tonight, she's here to, in particular, to present around about Bridgepoint.
Crossroads.
Oh, sorry, Crossroads. It's hard to keep track. Okay, thank you. I'll turn it over to you, Ms. Calderon.
Thank you, Dr. Triplett. And so good evening, President Nguyen, board members, cabinet members, community members. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. So I'm going to be talking about Crossroads Independent Study Program, but I would be remiss if I didn't thank Ms. Pierce Davis for doing such a wonderful job providing the update about Crossroads recently. So I will hopefully not replicate the information that she shared and give you more kind of a principal's perspective or a more kind of behind the scenes kind of lens tonight. So Crossroads Independent Study Program continues to be our independent program that we've hosted at McGregor Alt-Ed campus for many years. Our motto continues to be that we provide a personalized education in a caring environment. So these numbers are ever fluctuating. I know that when Ms. Pierce Davis presented, they were a little different, and they're actually already a little different today. But as of last week, we had 59 students enrolled, including a kindergartner, 2 first graders, a second grader, 4 third graders, 6 fourth graders, and 2 fifth graders, and they comprise our Crossroads Elementary part of the program. And then our secondary students, our 6 to 12 students, 4 6th graders, 2 7th, 2 8th, 3 9th graders, 6 10th, 13 11th graders, and 13 seniors. And I went through these numbers. We have some additional students with some more in the queue. So we are going to be receiving 2 additional elementary students and 2 additional middle schoolers and an additional high schooler in probably by tomorrow or at the latest by Monday. So the demand continues. We are doing rolling admissions still. And I thought it was interesting that 84% of enrolled Crossroads students are returning Crossroads students. So they were with us last year or possibly even before that. So it's just interesting that the majority had been in the program and decided to stay. I know that during Ms. Pierce's presentation, there was reference to the higher numbers that were projected and that we experienced. So during the 21-22 school year, we served at some point in the year 282 students. That was 161 elementary students and 121 secondary students. So obviously a pretty big difference between those 282 and the 61 that we are currently serving. So this should have been part of my May presentation to you all about Crossroads. This is data from last year's cohort. We saw, and in looking at this now in retrospect, I probably should have brought the fall scores as well. We saw some good scores in math, in ELA, and gains made between the fall administration and the winter administration. And that, obviously was with last year's model where our elementary students in particular benefited from the larger program and a very different kind of instructional model. And we will be administering the iReady very soon in preparation for parent-teacher conferences. So it'll be interesting to see what those scores look like, especially because the cohort is now quite, a lot smaller, and it is a different instructional model. But we were very proud of these scores last year. So academics in action, I'm sure you're wondering, what does it look like to do elementary school or high school in an independent study model? And so it continues to be unique to this year. So what we're doing this year is we are combining grade level group instruction along with that asynchronous independent work. We use the same curriculum at elementary that our sister schools use, such as Big Ideas Math, Savas Social Studies, and FOSS Science. I was actually in third grade math earlier this week, and it was delightful, so that even though it was a very small group, the teacher was doing his very best virtually to engage each of those students. They were all participating. It was wonderful to be in the classroom with them and to see that even though they're not together on that daily basis, or actually they are, the groups are in smaller cohorts, and he also does a daily meeting where I've been in those meetings as well. And so even though there are multiple grade
Muy
levels,
buenas
there's
noches, mi nombre es Lucy Parada y voy a servir como intérprete de esta junta.
just wonderful to know that the students, even though they're in different grades and independent, still have that opportunity to work together. And of course, our secondary students continue to work in Edgenuity, which was discussed in Ms. Pierce Davis's presentation. So I hope my video plays. I know that you were delighted in May to hear from one of our elementary students. And so we had a new volunteer. This is one of our third graders. She took it upon herself. They do a school newspaper. And so she took it upon herself. She wanted to do a video about the newspaper. She's created her own Google site so that the students can always access the different features. She does a word jumble. I'll let her explain. So I hope this plays. And so this is our third grader. One of our third graders.
Hello, I am Kylie. I have split the whole newsletter in two so kids can read the right level for them. From TEK/K to second grade are the grades where I could try to give them news for the morning. But I do random news stories that are right for third graders to fifth graders. One, I talk about how much pumpkin costs this year. And another one is about what happens in fall and tells you how to call the jackals. And this is, and also this part of my speech is, this next part about my speech is about word jumbles. I want to give word jumbles to people who finish reading two of my news stories or more. But after they read enough or email me about it and finish one jumble, I'll not give them another jumble until they finish another two of the story. I also made my newspaper because I thought if it was nice, yes, I would get more fans and attention. But I also saw my friend do that, and I wanted to do something like him. This is also about, and also I am going to tell you about another part of my speech. It's about how my site works. My site, it works by when you have underlaid, you might want to get your page called, and it works by when you tap on.
That is just the young lady talking about her website, which she sent me a link to. I didn't know how to link it to the slides, and I don't know what I did just now to the slides. Keep going. There we go.
On the button.
So climate and culture at Crossroads. So SEL, our social emotional learning, is embedded in our elementary program. And then with our secondary students, the middle schoolers have their own weekly SEL community building synchronous meeting. And then the high school students have their own SEL synchronous meeting. And I know that that was a question that came up for Ms. Pierce Davis is, you know, are the students isolated? And like I said, we do try to take these opportunities for them to build community. Ms. Pierce Davis spent some time talking about our tiered re-engagement strategies, and so these will culminate in SSTs, but right now what we're doing is we're providing weekly updates to parents about student participation and attendance. And, you know, phone calls, I'm engaging in phone calls, the teacher's setting up Zoom meetings, and then if students still don't engage, we will start setting up SST meetings. So we are actually approaching that. The next bullet there is cost. Over 56% of our current cost referrals are for Crossroads students, and they are specifically around attendance and academic engagement. So if we have concerns about students not logging in to sessions and doing work, we are putting in cost referrals so that we can do home visits and also connect them to other resources. So we're not going to, you know, wait. We're going to act, you know, swiftly to make sure that students are getting supports. And then communication-wise, you know, Crossroads is included in our weekly video announcements, and so they're included along with the other programs at Alt Ed as part of our YouTube channel. And pictured there are our two teachers, both our elementary and secondary teachers, who are both veteran Newark Unified teachers, and have been with Crossroads, you know, through my tenure and actually predate me. And so I appreciate the hard work that they've done to continue the program and provide a quality community for our students. Our Coyotes, we are the Coyotes, have always been part of the alternative education graduation. So these are some of our students at last year's ceremony, including there on the right. We do a Student of the Year, so each program provides a Student of the Year. We don't do valedictorians, but the Student of the Year is chosen by staff. And so on the right there is last year's Student of the Year, Miss Kaylee Gray. So thank you so much for your attention this evening. I know it is this is a save the date. So we want you to join us for our promotion and graduation ceremonies. We will, even though it's an 100% virtual program, we do in-person outdoor. We did outdoor. We'll see what this year brings. Celebrations. So our elementary students will be celebrated on Tuesday, May 30th at 11 a.m. And our seniors will be honored for the first time since I've been principal here on Saturday at noon, June 3rd. We hope you can join us.
Thank you, Ms. Calderon. Any comments from student board member?
It was a well-put presentation. I'm glad to see the work that is being done at this site. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Zhang?
Thank you for the great work. I really look forward to one day touring the campus there.
Wonderful. You are always welcome.
Member Hill?
Thank you, Ms. Calderon, and thank you to you and your team for all the work that you're doing.
Thank you.
Member Grindel?
Yeah, I'm going to echo my fellow board members. Thank you, Ms. Calderon, for the presentation. It was excellent. Particularly enjoyed the video of the student. Thank you for that, and also for the advance notice of the graduation. That's very helpful. We had some schedule conflicts last year, so thank you. We can plan ahead. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you so much, Ms. Calderon, for all your hard work at both Crossroads and at Bridgepoint, and the adult ed also. And then thank you again for inviting us early this year. It's always a fun ceremony, and the families there, we really were able to connect with them, and it's just great to see so much love and admiration that the students have for you and your staff. So thank you so much for that.
And thank you for your support.
Have a good night. On to employee organizations. Tonight we have NTA, Mr. Sean Abruzzi. Welcome.
Welcome, thank you. So NTA's update is to talk a little bit about what happened at the beginning of the school year and where we are now. In August, we had a little rocky start. Some of the things that were not provided to NTA or some of our students were textbooks. We had some HVAC units and some classrooms not working, and Wi-Fi at some sites were not working in some classrooms. Now, most of our students have textbooks or the communication on progress of textbooks being delivered. Most HVAC units are working in classrooms. Wi-Fi is still not working, but the communication on progress should be communicated to NTA members in a near future. NTA and NHD are working on solving some of the above issues mentioned. Yes, some of these above mentioned issues should have been solved in August, but again, it is what it is. NTA's job is to teach our students, and US job is to provide an environment so NTA could do their job effectively. The district and the board, we need to provide an environment so that we can start keeping our teachers in this district. One of the things that I have seen and heard on the radio as I come into work every single day is that we are across California, 4 out of 10 teachers are leaving this profession. And not only is this district hurting, all other districts are hurting, but we need to sit there and start listening to what our teachers are saying and start providing the stuff that they need so that they can feel like they are being appreciated and want to stay in this district. Thank you, and I appreciate all that.
Thank you, Mr. Abruzzi.
Next one is Numa. Ms. Ashley Acosta, you may begin.
President Nguyen, Board of Trustees, and Executive Cabinet members. On behalf of our NUMA board, I want to once again thank our NUMA team, our NTA team, and our CSEA team members for their continued effort and dedication to keeping our schools safe, healthy, and positively productive. Every October, people all over the world show their support for everyone affected by breast cancer. October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and an annual campaign to raise awareness about the impact breast cancer has on many people in the United States. As we continue the school year, we want to ensure that we continue to lead with student-focused decisions in mind. We thank you for all your support and dedication to our community. Thank you, Numa.
Thank you, Ms. Acosta. Any other speakers? Thank you, Ms. Gutierrez. On to public comment on non-agenda items. We have several speakers. Our first speaker tonight is Todd Tokubo. Sorry, I pronounced your last name wrong. Oh, thanks.
Hi, good evening to the board, superintendent, teachers, students, staff, and community members here. My name is Todd Takubo. I'm a parent at Newark Memorial High School. One thing that I'm sure that everyone here can agree upon is the importance of STEM education and excellence within our district. One concern that we currently have is at the high school right now, we do have a lack of full-time science teachers. And I say this with recognition that Dr. Runhag and the administration have done a very great job, a very active job of trying to make sure we have full-time subs in all of these positions. But we should acknowledge that some of the subs are teaching areas that they do not have an expertise in, and often these are areas like AP Physics, AP Bio, that do require very specialized skills. So basically, my being here is kind of a plea to everyone here. Please support the administration with giving support for the students for this year, so they can have the appropriate ability to have as much success as possible going into things like AP testing, things like their college prep, and then also your support so that we can get ahead of the curve and look to hire appropriate teachers for next school year. Dr. Triplett, you and I, we had a conversation last year about some other areas in the school, and I do appreciate the proactivity there as well. But I think it's something to serve not just the high school, the students, but for everyone else. I think this is one thing that we would really just appreciate everyone here giving their support to the administration and to the science program in particular, making sure that we have a staff going into next year. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tokupo. Our next speaker, Mr. Sean Clinton. Welcome.
Good evening. I'm here because you failed once again to comply with the California Public Records Act. I have some documents I'd like to present to Dr. Triplett. Can I please hand those over? Is it okay to hand them off? The public should be aware that Dr. Triplett, on behalf of NUSD, was just served with a lawsuit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clinton. Our next speaker, Ms. Gretchen Cava. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Gretchen Cava, and I've worked in the Newark Unified School District for 27 years. I've taught at Kennedy for the entire career. There have been many ups and downs over the years, but never have I experienced such subpar conditions that I do this year. I can talk about so many things that are wrong at Kennedy, such as the fact that there are several teachers at Kennedy that do not have working keys for their classrooms or other buildings that they need to access during the day. Kennedy is the only school without fencing for protection. Several students have run off campus many times this year. We do not have a phone in one of the rooms that service students. All of these are safety issues and have all been brought to the attention of the district office multiple times. Let me remind you that we have been in school for over 2 months. However, my focus tonight is that we have been without a permanent teacher in our SDC K2 class. This has caused the principal to step into the role as teacher and made him unavailable to perform his duties as site administrator many times. Therefore, teachers and students have been left on their own to deal with unsafe conditions. We have constantly been told that the district is here to support us. This support was severely lacking until emails were sent directly to HR. We then received some support, however, that support is not scheduled to be long-term. The staff have been told by HR to choose between 2 choices. The first choice being that we will not have an available site administrator because he'll be the interim teacher in the unstaffed SDC class. The second choice being that the Kennedy teachers will be expected to rotate through the SDC classroom each day as substitute teachers to free up our administrator. Both of these choices are obviously unacceptable. We are not qualified to provide special ed services to students and do not have proper safety training to restrain students if needed. We need our administrator to be able to do his job and address inappropriate behavior. We currently have someone from the district in the SDC class until October 31st. As nice as it is to have a sub to cover the SDC class, it is only until October 31st, and this is not a long-term solution for our site. What is going to happen then? Well, this is going to put more pressure on teachers again, and teachers are already losing their preps because the district does not provide enough substitutes for regular classroom teachers. This year, over 15 teacher absences were not filled by district so far and required Kennedy staff to cover for the absent teacher. We need our teachers to teach the grade or subject they were hired to teach, and the district needs to hire qualified subs to cover teacher absences. Kennedy students deserve a site administrator to be able to keep them safe. They also deserve teachers that have the ability to plan and prepare quality lessons for their classes, not be pulled to fill in other classrooms. The challenges we have faced so far this year are great. We have more behavior issues and academic disparities than ever before and fully loaded classes as a result of the school closures. We need our district to start supporting us and to provide personnel to staff our schools. As another colleague at Kennedy said it best, we are just expected to keep going like nothing is wrong. Our preps are being taken left and right, but we are still expected to participate in professional development on multiple days. We keep being thanked for stepping up, but when is someone going to say enough is enough and cancel some Friday meetings? We are screaming that we need time, but it appears that no one is hearing us. I know that we are not the only school feeling this way. There are far too many people in the administration that forget we work for these children. Without them, we would be pointless. The teachers seem to know that. The principal seems to know that, but the district office can't comprehend the fact that our job is first and foremost the students of Newark Unified. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cava. Our next speaker is Ms. Parks. Welcome, Ms. Parks.
Thank you, Ms. Cava, and let me continue, although this wasn't a part of my original speech, but let me continue about the SDC. You had this similar problem at Bunker last year with a student. If you had a parent that came here in December of last year with this same complaint from Bunker, and you ended up moving that student over to Lincoln, the students need to have continuity of instruction. These students have particular needs. That's the reason they're in an SDC class. By having a rotating teacher, that is not acceptable. That is not providing them with the educational needs to further their career in whatever field they choose to do, and you're starting them off on the wrong foot. Let me start with what I was going to start. Let me continue with what I was going to start with. I believe trust, honesty, integrity, respect, accountability are key attributes any employee look for in an employer. How do you think it makes a CSEA member feel when they initially look at the district and CSEA complete negotiation for 2022 through 2025 successor agreement sent out by HR, and they spot the bolded and underlined 16% total increase to salary? That's what it says. Most were probably over the moon ecstatic until they looked at the chart, which provided a different picture of only a 10% total increase to salary. There is a 3% to 3% off-schedule checks that are bonuses that would be issued in August. That is not a salary increase. That is a bonus. I know some employees were confused. You don't earn the respect of your employees by providing misleading information, especially information concerning someone's salary. Also, on Monday, I copied all of you on my email to Ms. Gutierrez concerning my September 8th, 2022 CPRA request for 3 easily retrievable reports I annually request. What is contained in those reports that is causing them to be withheld? Please instruct the superintendent to provide those reports tomorrow. Or let me remind you of Mr. Clinton's documents.
Thank you, Ms. Park. Our next speaker, Ms. Angela Silvera. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. I'm coming to you today about 2 main things, which seem very menial compared to what I've heard so far, but I come to you again today to talk about emergency supplies. If there was an emergency, there was a shooting, there was something horrific that happened at any one of our schools, there are no emergency supplies provided for any of the children. And to me, there's these children. They're already scared. They are frightened that they're locked in a room or locked away, and there's no way for the teacher to give them a snack or a water or anything like that during a lockdown. To me, this seems like a very trivial cost that could allow for a lot of calmness, maybe, in parents' minds. So I would appreciate it if that could be put on an agenda or something to try to remedy. The second thing I wanted to talk to you about was our water bottle refill station. Okay, we don't have one at Lincoln. In fact, I don't believe any of the schools have water bottle refill stations. But on June 19th, 2019, the district approved a $3,000 grant for Lincoln Elementary to get a water bottle refill station. That's 3 years ago. I understand that things take time in government, but to me, 3 years seems really seems way too long to take to get a water bottle refill station, especially since with Mrs. Angela Ehrlich, we had picked the position, we had picked the product. But another school, I believe it's Coyote Hills, had purchased the product and got told no, they couldn't put it in. I know last year, Newark Junior High School, was willing to pay for water bottle refill stations, and again, it just got dead stopped. At the beginning of last year, I emailed Susan Condon and Ms. Dela Cruz, and I believe Mr. Triplett, and I didn't hear anything. This year, again, the beginning of the year, I emailed Mr. Triplett and my principal. Mr. Triplett said, you'll hear back from your principal. This is months later. We're still waiting. And I'm just thinking about the fact that the district has earned interest on this $3,000. I know it's not much in the grand scheme of your budget, but to me, water shows they have done studies that show that drinking water before exams increases academic performance. When your brain is 75% water, if it's full, get a full tank, you're going to do better, just like your car will. So please get these installed, actually at all the schools, but Lincoln, since we have the money, with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alvera. Our next speaker is Ms. Elisa Martinez. Welcome.
Good evening, President Nguyen. Sorry, much shorter. Good evening, President Nguyen, Board, Superintendent Triplett, and Executive Cabinet. Happy Thursday. I'm here to just thank everyone for all the hard work. It's not been easy, but I have 2 kids, and yes, there are things that sometimes are frustrating, but I am so fortunate to belong to this community of Newark Unified. I'm actually wearing a T-shirt from my daughter's first grade, so it's 10 years ago. She's a junior now. Mrs. Knight, who retired last year, one of the most wonderful teachers. And Mrs. Jorgens, if you're watching, if I would have fit into the Camp Skeeter one, I would have layered that shirt too. But my point is that it's a tough time. And every single one of you, every single teacher, every single staff member, Mr. Jesus in maintenance, all of you guys I know are working hard. And everybody is struggling to fill those open seats. I get it. And I really value your efforts. I value our principal in the junior high and in the high school who are making an effort to communicate to us. I value the wonderful work that was done to create our middle school. That for some reason there's negative nonsense out there that it was a horrible botched job. Who are these people? Do they have kids in our school? I wonder. Because I think myself and a lot of parents don't feel that way. We're very happy to see our kids thriving at drop-off, at pickup. So thank you so much for that. There were a few other things I wanted to say, but given some of the speakers here, I am a parent, and I do worry about how you all are spending your time. So I know a couple of years ago, you all published who is making all these public records requests. I would love to get a report, not for me, but for all the parents that want to know, do these folks even have kids in our school? Because at the end of the day, it's taking resources and time that you all should be dedicating to our kids. Finally, and bringing it back to a more positive topic, the high school production of Clue will start on November the 4th. Please reserve your seats. I have a couple of flyers. I'll leave them out. There's a code that you can scan so you could reserve, cash only. But anyway, the kids are super excited. A ton of work has gone into it. So I really invite you to join them, to make donations, because it's a bit of a costly production. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez.
Sorry, President Nguyen, I have one more online comment.
Thank you.
This comment is coming from Mr. Eric Tam. You may begin. President Nguyen, I have one more for Tam. You may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. President Nguyen, I have one more for Tam. Yes, if you don't mind muting your background.
Sorry about that. Hi. I guess I wanted to address Ms. Martinez's last comment. Maybe she should reread the California Public Records Act. I don't think there's a clause in there where you have to be a parent in order to file a Public Records Act. So I'd love to see that statement if that's true. But going straight to it, first I want to just say thank you, Member Marquez, for her service. I wish her the best. Tonight, I want to talk about $170,000 spent for the marketing agency. I am really frustrated that we prioritize marketing spend versus supporting our teachers. After hearing Ms. Connie Persurgio last meeting and the other speakers tonight. Member Marquez encouraged us to Member Marquez encouraged us to use facts and not stories. Therefore, I encourage you, everyone watching, to go watch the June 16th, 2022 board meeting, timestamp 5 hours, 22 minutes, and 30 seconds. You can see for yourself who said what during the original discussion. On the meeting, when the contract was approved, Member Grindle described our social media strategy as ineffective and scattered. I agree, Member Grindle. And NUSD social media assets were ineffective. So common sense would be, if it's not working, we should stop, right? So how come the board keeps approving the warrants that give money to Mr. Jeff Fu for tens of thousands of dollars a year, including the 2022 year to 23 for $15,000 as a marketing consultant? Second, student member Torres. Did you know that as part of the above contracts, we have spent close to $50,000 on social media assets creation in the past 2 years? And USD has created multiple social media videos for DLI, Star Academy, and other programs. Yet the Godby research shows close to a 17-point drop in satisfaction in the past 2 years. And finally, Dr. Triplett spoke to that the marketing campaign will also help with our retention and hiring problems. Board, on page 6 on the Presidio scope of work contract, they write, we also recommend conducting research to identify why potential staff would want to relocate to the NUSD. Does that mean we have done the survey and research, or do we have to pay more for research? Can I just ask a common HR practice question? Why are we not just using the $170,000 to pay for hiring bonuses so that people will want to join? In conclusion, how many teachers have to use their own money to pay for supplies, and how many teachers have to work overtime to help students? And now tonight we hear that we don't even have a full-time science teacher at the science high school. Doesn't it feel like we have our priorities all wrong? We can spend $170,000 on social media, but not on our teachers? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tam. Okay, on to public comment on agenda items. Ms. Parks? You will be speaking on 5 items, 11.4, 11.16, 11.12, 15.1, and 15.2.
And for those that don't know, you have to speak all, everything that's on the agenda, you gotta hit it at once. 11.4, the attachment to the agenda, 11.4, is an engagement letter from the attorney firm Myers Nave to President Wynn and is dated October 6th. The scope of service is to conduct an investigation to determine if disclosure of information violated the Brown Act or any other privileged NUSD investigation. This investigation will include fact-finding analysis, assessment of legal risk, and recommendations. We will make our best effort to conclude this investigation within the 30 days of commencement. Our work is limited to such services. We will provide additional legal services at your request, provided we agree to perform that additional work. Government Code Section 54963 states that a person may not disclose confidential information that has been acquired by being presented in a closed session. Also, confidential information means communication made in closed session that is specifically related to the basis for the legislative body of the local agency to meet lawfully in closed session. The violation of the section may be addressed by the use of such remedies as a referral of the member of the legislative body who will willfully disclose confidential information in violation of this section to the grand jury. How much will be spent in legal fees to investigate this issue, hopefully in the 30-day time period? Are you conducting this investigation due to the records I received from the ACOE, redacted by an attorney from Lozano Smith, which recounted known Newark Unified School District concerns? How does this relate to the engagement of legal services email from the same firm dated October 17th to President Wynn, which was removed from the website I assume it was inadvertently posted. The scope of engagement for that second email is to provide governance-related counsel and investigate matters as requested. When will that engagement letter come to the board? It sounds like those who speak up with valid concerns are subject to a witch hunt in order to silence the whistleblower. Item 11.12, which is Board Policy 4000. In this concepts and roles policy, it says the superintendent has primary responsibility for overseeing the district's personnel system. To support this effort, the board shall approve a framework for sound hiring practices. I hope the board receives this framework for sound hiring practices soon, because I don't see hiring practices have turned out too well lately. It also states that the board recognizes that every employee has a stake in the district's successful operation. The board encourages all district employees to express their ideas, concerns, and proposals related to the improvement of working conditions and the total educational program. The superintendent or designee shall establish procedures whereby he or she will receive and consider employee suggestions and submit them, when appropriate, for consideration by the board. I hope the employee suggestions are received as contributions to help the district be successful and are not being used against the employee as a retaliation effort. (11.16) is the quarterly contract report. Although the listing of the months has been removed, it should be for July, August, and September. Listed is the contract for School Services of California in the amount of $48,000 for the organizational review of HR. I hope you took the time to review the contracts and noticed that the contract with School Services was executed by Dr. Triplett and the representative from School Services back in December of 2021. Why is a contract executed 10 months ago just being brought to you now for ratification? Education Code 17605 indicates a governing board can delegate to any officer or employee the authority to purchase supplies, equipment, or services. It also indicates that all transactions entered into by the officer or employee shall be reviewed by the governing board every 60 days. 8 months after the contract was executed, the purchase order was created on July 7th, and the warrant was issued 5 days later on July 13th for $14,400. Clearly, the work had commenced prior to the creation of the purchase order on July 7th. Let me remind you of the audit finding from Christy White concerning the Kramer Workplace Investigation Warrant issued on 10/8 of 21 with a PO date of 10/6 of 21. And in their audit findings, they said that the purchase order should have been processed prior to the work performed. All of this confirms the need for a written internal control process, which Ms. De La Cruz admitted at last week's audit committee meeting the district does not have. I hope you will ask why there has been such a delay in bringing this contract forward and support the writing of a draft for an internal control process. 15.5, organizational review of the Human Resources and Business Department. Says the recommended action is for the board to accept the report. The purpose is to provide the board with a presentation from School Services of California organizational review and for the board to accept the report. What report? The only thing attached to this agenda item is a presentation from School Services that was attached yesterday morning. Yesterday morning, not when the agenda was posted on Monday, yesterday morning. There still is no, when I last looked, there was still no report. Even if it was posted at 3 o'clock today? How was the public and how were you supposed to review the report, which this agenda item says you're going to accept and approve? That's it. Finally, 15.2, Resolution for Independent Study. This item concerns Newark Unified School District adopting a new mathematics course progression for grades 6 through 12 during the 21-22 academic year. 5 8th grade students enrolled in Algebra 1 during their 7th grade year in 21-22 have requested access to the geometry course during their 8th grade year, 22-23. These 5 students take 8th grade geometry using the same platform that we offer traditional independent students attending Crossroads, which is Imagine Learning or Ingenuity. Your resolution concludes with, now therefore be it resolved that the board does hereby provide public notice and certification that the use of Imagine Learning, Ingenuity, curriculum and support documentation meet the requirements of the 22-23 school year for those 8th graders in geometry. Let me ask you the million-dollar question. What math instruction has these students received for the last 10 weeks prior to this resolution? Also, how does this meet Education Code 51747.5? Because it says the independent study by each pupil shall be coordinated, evaluated, and notwithstanding subdivision A of section 46-300, shall be under the general supervision of an employee of the local educational agency who possesses a valid certification document or an emergency credential registered as required by law. Just so that we're on the same page, I'm not 100% sure who the teacher is, but Ms. Hodges is the independent study teacher for a secondary campus over at Crossroads. I don't know if she's the one doing it or not, but her credential's in social studies. It seems this resolution is stating for this course that NUSD is operating this geometry course via Ingenuity as an independent study program on the Newark Junior High campus. Is that what allows if Ms. Hodges is overseeing the project, we don't even know, she's not credentialed in that subject matter, in math. And what allows her is that she's on the Crossroads in alternative ed. Finally, how are these students enrolled in an independent study program when they're enrolled at the junior high? I hope you'll ask some follow-up questions to that resolution and get some clarification on exactly how this has been done, because I've never heard where somebody's been enrolled in 2 programs in this district prior.
Thank you, Ms. Parks.
Not yet, Beard.
Is there any other?
Angela Star, do you see it? 11.9.
Ms. Angela Silvera? On agenda item 9.1 and 11.9? Oh, just 11.9.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody again. I just wanted to say one thing about the complaints concerning instructional materials. My son is in 5th grade at Lincoln Elementary, and he still does not have a math textbook or math consumable. Ariel Delovich did say that they were ordered in time, and I understand that. But I also don't know or don't believe that the district then, when they realized only 5th grade still does not have math consumables to utilize, did they go to the teachers and say, where are you at in your pacing? What supplies do you need? Instead, it was on the teacher to go to the district and request the items. And although I understand putting it on the teacher, because that is kind of an easy to slough off to them, it's also not really fair to them because the material should have been there day one. And the fact that we then, as parents, get told your child still doesn't have a math consumable, we don't know when it will come, it's really frustrating. Mr. Delovich did say that they would hopefully be here by October 21st, but I haven't heard if they have arrived or if you guys have gotten them yet. And I understand that you're supposed to go through a process for complaints And I was just believing that the district was providing these copies. And as I had said at another board meeting, I just really, truly do hope that the district is providing funds to all of the teachers if they use their own copy code to not hurt them from being able to make other copies because they're making their math copies. Because that to me seems very unfair when it was, I understand it was a supply chain issue. I get that, but it still isn't the teacher's fault. And yet they're getting penalized for something, and in return for that, my child is getting penalized for that. I do appreciate that the next chapter's copies were provided that next day after it was brought up to the district, and I thank you to graphics for that they hustled and got it. But I don't know what other fifth grade teachers are in the same boat. And again, is the district going to them, or is it that they have to go to the district when really the district should have provided in the first place? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Silvera. On to agenda item 10.2, personnel report. Dr. Triplett? Sorry, it's a consent item. Would any board members like to pull? Okay. Okay. Are there any other, onto agenda item 11.1, are there any consent agenda items that any board member would like to pull tonight? Member Hill?
11.4 and 11.16, please, 16.
11.4 and 11.16. Okay. May I get a motion to approve the remaining consent agenda items?
So moved.
I'll second it.
Motion made by Member Grandel, seconded by Member Zhang. Student Board Member, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Please vote on board docs. Thank you.
Four yeas?
Thank you. Okay, on to item 12.1, Superintendent Report. Dr. Triplett?
All right, thank you. Before I start, I do want to say, since we really are intending to celebrate our permanent status teachers this evening, but since the PAL report was pulled, if any teacher does need to leave early, I totally understand, and I do just want to appreciate the teachers that have achieved tenure, permanent status. This is really exciting.
Actually, Dr. Triplett, I'd like to make it, if you don't mind, I would like to address the PAL report right now so that we can recognize our teachers, if that's okay. Okay. So the floor is yours, Member Hill, on agenda item 10.2.
Thank you. Yeah, I had a question for Ms. Ingham Waters. So since I've just recently gone through this whole process, that's what kind of spurred my question. So I noticed that we have a status that we're calling probationary 0, but it's my understanding that status actually doesn't exist. That there's like a temporary status, but that's sort of a totally different. So could you explain that?
Sure. Probationary 0 status is used for interns.
I got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can you make the motion to approve? Sure. Thank you.
I make the motion to approve item 12.1.
I'll second.
Motion made by Member Hill, seconded by Member Grandel. Please vote on board docs. Thank you, Member Hill.
Okay, 4 yeas? Yay.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Board, and we just want to take a moment to have a little ceremony here. I appreciate being willing to move this up so that our teachers don't have to wait around till later. We have a list of teachers that are being celebrated for permanent status. That's tenure, a really significant achievement, and it's something that we take really seriously. The tenure process is a really rigorous process. It means something to become tenured in NUSD. This is not a rubber stamp. And so what we have before, the folks that we have before us, we really want to celebrate because these are teachers who have achieved this status. And so what we have tonight, I'm going to say their names. And if they're present, then they could come up. Is that right, Ms. Ingham Waters? We have a certificate and a flower, and we also want to have a chance to take pictures. So if you'll indulge me here. So our first teacher, Akela Almada. Just to make this process better, we're all going to stand out here, and then we can read them out. Oh, here we go. Fist bumps. Here we go. They're going to stand right there. Perfect. Thanks, Ms. Almada. Next is Travis Bravo. Next is Jessica Cantiller. And we have Mariela Cervantes. Taylor Cocol. Sylvia Garrett. Manju Goyal. Christine Hanuhano. Destiny Isaac. Scott Jorgens. Shelby Ortiz. Perry Quinn, Quinn Perry. Athena Radcliffe. Nefertari Royston. Justin Starrat. Fluin Toscano. And Kristen Ortola. One more round of applause for everyone. Congratulations, y'all.
Thank you, Dr. Triplett, for allowing us to commence with congratulating our tenured teachers. Once again, congratulations to you all. Thank you again. With that, we will start with the superintendent report again. Thank you. Back to you, Dr. Triplett.
Thank you, President Nguyen. All right, well, I'm going to go try to go pretty quickly over this first part of the superintendent's report because I have some fabulous guest stars that are joining me tonight from Newark Memorial High School that are gonna invited to be a part of the superintendent report. So why don't we get started, Ms. Gutierrez? So first, wanted to just do a regular sharing of the enrollment. So as you can see, we've had in the last 2 weeks. Had a little bit of a decline in our elementary totals, so that's on the far right, as compared to the projections. We're still above projections in elementary school, but had a little bit of a dip from 2 weeks ago. The junior high, you can see we're holding steady at about, 1,050. We did lose 3 students there. Memorial, we have a sizable amount of students that are that have actually shifted over to Bridgepoint. So you can see the number went from 1534 2 weeks ago to, or 10 days, 2 weeks ago, to 1517 this past week. But then you can also see that the numbers at Bridgepoint have increased, and this is something that happens every year as students working with counselors and administration determine that that Bridgepoint is a good option for them. And then we have a slight decline in the number of students in our virtual Crossroads program. Next slide. Wanted to just update the board. We, as we all know, we have board elections coming up with the general election, and wanted to just let the board know that I've reached out to all 4 of the board candidates, offered to meet with them individually, and I have had 2 of the board candidates that have taken me up on the offer. So we've had some good conversation, and so that is ongoing. We wanted to just be available to engage with all the candidates if they so wished. Walk, Bike, and Roll happened on the 12th. It was a fantastic event. I want to thank President Nguyen for being involved at both Coyote Hills and at the junior high. You see a couple pictures. The one on the left is a parent and as well as Principal Pikowski, who were out there celebrating, and there was lots of great stuff for the students. The photo in the middle is from Coyote Hills, where there was a great walk, bike, and roll to school. That's a teacher, Miss Villo, who's there. She was giving out treats to students as they came in. And then on the right, you can see our honorable mayor. He was there at the junior high, taking some selfies with some of the students who were taking celebrity photos, and that was really awesome too. Next slide, please. I had mentioned to the board prior that our fall assessment window has already begun. It ends on November 1st. And when we do conclude with the assessment window, if you go to the next slide, please, Ms. Gutierrez. One of our big priorities is assessment for learning. And what we mean by that is utilizing assessment to really inform teaching practice. And so we are really excited to be focusing professional development in the upcoming weeks on supporting teachers to really analyze their data in a collaborative way, and supporting each other around analyzing the data and then looking to how it informs their daily practice. We also have elementary school parent-teacher conferences coming up. You can see there on the right side, that's our calendar. November 10th, 14th, 15th, 16th, and 17th will be minimum days where the teachers will be engaging with parents for a parent-teacher conference in elementary school. Next slide. And all right, that was pretty quick, not too bad, Superintendent Triplett, 4 minutes. Want to invite up 3 fantastic school leaders from Memorial High School. We have Maher Indolia, Lindia Toe, and Liam Sarmiento. These three are members of the Environment Club. And they approached me, what was it, students, maybe about 3 weeks ago or so, with student board member Torres to talk about, excuse me, to talk about a plan they had to address a challenge that they were seeing at the high school. So they've been doing a lot of work, a lot of planning, a lot of thinking about what are some ways to address the recycling and really improve recycling at the high school. And so I'm going to turn it over to them to talk a little bit about their plans, what they discovered, what they're planning, and how we're collaborating.
Good evening, everyone. We're the Environment Club from NMHS.
I'm Meher Andolia. I'm a co-president for the Environment Club.
I'm Liam, the second co-president of the Environment Club.
And I'm Lindia, the co-VP of this club.
And we want to present our plan to implement a recycling program in the school.
So we saw an issue of a lot of stuff that could be recycled being thrown into the trash, so we decided to do something about it, hence the recycling program. This will help decrease the waste of the school while also increasing environmental responsibility of the school. Now, it is true that a lot of food is also being trashed, as you can see, all those packaged waffles and those completely good apples. But if everything goes well with the recycling program, then we also plan to implement a composting program as well. And it'll also help get NMHS to the modern era, as not many schools have large-scale recycling programs in them. Now, this thing isn't going to run by itself, and custodians already have a lot on their plates, so we're enlisting the help of volunteers to help run this program. Students will be able to get volunteer hours while saving the environment at the same time.
Hi again, I'm Meher. And I want to talk a little more about what this is going to look like on campus realistically. We want to mimic the concentration of the trash cans throughout the school with our recycling bin placement. We're probably going to do a 3-to-1 ratio. So our plan is to place 5 recycling bins in the cafeteria because that's where there's the most lunch activity and therefore the most waste. And the other 10 will be scattered around elsewhere on campus. This number can be adjusted at any time based on the recycling activity we see at Newark Memorial. We're going to start the program off with just the 5 in the cafeteria to kind of gauge the activity and use we see for a few weeks. And once we get our students and our volunteers familiar with our system, then we will add the last 10 remaining recycling bins and effectively complete the program. We know that students will not be perfect when it comes to recycling, so we aim to reduce any mistakes and increase efficiency. We are enlisting our volunteers to make infographics to put around the school and otherwise spreading the news of recycling do's and don'ts at Newark. One such example of an infographic can be shown on the screen. Every Friday when emptying out the bins, we will skim over their contents to check for non-recyclables. We also will clean whatever food residue is left on those recyclables so they can be easily processed.
As much as we would like to pull this off ourselves as the Environment Club, we also need the help of everyone at our school. And this is effective through spreading awareness through school announcements, our social media, and our website. So currently we have a Remind, a Discord, and an Instagram up that's available to everyone at NMHS so we can help inform and spread awareness on how to properly recycle items. We also are drafting a website that holds information about our club and updates on our future programs, such as the composting program, as Liam mentioned before. We're also doing research on reaching out to third-party programs that could help support us in our endeavors, such as CEWA International and the National High School Climate Forum. So we want this recycling program to not only be a one-time thing and just disappear after we graduate, and we want to create a solid foundation so that it could stay there permanently. We also want it to be replicable across all campuses in the Newark district, such as the elementary schools and the middle school. Once we create this solid foundation, we're also planning to create the compost program, which is essential because of the excessive food waste.
We also want to create a TerraCycle program so that we can recycle things that aren't normally recyclable, such as sauce packets and chip bags. Thank you so much for listening.
If you have any questions, comments, or concerns, please let us know.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
And as always, thank you for listening, and good night.
Don't leave just yet. We're going to start off with our student board member, Diego Torres, with comments or questions.
I love that presentation a lot. I think you identified a problem at our school and you are finding a solution, which is what we need at our school. And Liam, I have a question for you. Can you tell us about your hat that you made? Because we were all intrigued by it.
Oh yeah, so I saw these bucket hats at IKEA, and I'm like, wait a minute, those could be made out of chip bags. So then I went around a school collecting chip bags, and I had to clean, cut, and wash them, and then sort of iron them out into shapes. And then once I taped it all together, I got this nice thing. So yeah.
Remember to tag BTS on that, you know.
Of course.
Member Zhang.
I mean, yeah, thank you for the wonderful work. It's very exciting to see young people really taking on the issue that matters to them the most, because they will be the one inheriting the planet. And I guess, can you explain again, Mr. Sarmiento, if I'm right, that what's made of your hat? It looks like the package of the chips or something?
Oh yeah, it's literally just made out of chip bags and a bit of tape. So.
Another thing is that, if my memory serves me right, do you have a sister that graduated 2 years ago?
Oh yes, yeah.
You know, you really look like your sister.
Oh really?
I mean, I believe she was a valedictorian, but during the pandemic, we would just never get a chance to really shake her hand, shake the entire class of that hand. Hopefully, we got a chance to shake your hand when you graduate.
Thank you, Member Zhang. Member Hill.
Yeah, thank you, team. Great presentation and great initiative. And again, I just want to congratulate you because a lot of people think about things, but they don't take action, but you're actually taking action. And so that's wonderful. One question for you, I think you hit on it a little bit, but for old folks like me that grew up in a time when recycling was just starting, a lot of times we can get confused by the various options. Just out of curiosity, what are some of the strategies that you're going to use to make sure that people put the right things in the right bins?
Well, as we said before, we're going to be using volunteers, and they're going to be designing infographics to help people know what to recycle, as this beautiful infographic as Meher made over here. And for example, like the type of food recycling that's recyclable are stuff like salad containers, milk cartons, and other things like that, and water bottles. So, and it's really simple to get into too. So
great, thank you.
Member Grindell.
It's a wonderful presentation, and it's exciting to see you guys taking the initiative on your own. Don't be shy about asking us for help, and as you go forward with your programs. The garbage or the waste program for the city has some resources that can help you. So it's great that you're working on this on your own, and as you identify needs as you move towards composting, please reach out, and so we can help strengthen this self-initiated program, which is really wonderful. So thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. It was wonderful. And also, I hope that you guys will be able to meet your goal of modeling this for all the other schools in the district. So good luck to you guys, and I know that you will succeed in that. And then lastly, have you set up any fundraising components for your initiative?
Some of the things that we're going to do in the near future, next week is the high school's food fair, and we're going to be selling hot chocolate there. Some other things are selling Liam's bucket hats, garage sales, that kind of thing for fundraising.
Thank you.
Thanks, y'all. Y'all make us really proud. And
Yes.
It's been great working with you on this. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you'd like to come back maybe in, later in the year and report out on how it's been going, right?
Yes, that would be wonderful. Thank you. Perfect. Thank you, Dr. Triplett and students for the presentation. And then on to item 13.1, staffing challenges and strategies. Dr. Triplett?
Thank you, President Nguyen. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Ingham Waters in a second, but this is an agenda item based on a request from, I believe it was Board Member Jean, to get an update on the challenges and the strategies for addressing staffing this year.
Thank
and
you.
Ms. Ingham Waters has gone out to the podium.
I can see everyone much better,
Okay.
so I don't know, it just feels better to present from here. So, yes, like you said, Dr. Triplett, this is on a request from the board. So I'd like to give some information about Newark Unified's staffing situation, current vacancies, and then strategies that we've implemented and will continue to. As you know, we do have a nationwide teacher shortage. According to a study out of Brown University, in a study called "Is There a National Teacher Shortage?" a systematic examination of reports of teacher shortages in the United States, that reports that there is at least 36,500 to 53,000 vacant positions across the United States. In addition, up to 163,000 underqualified individuals filling positions in the United States. In California, statewide, it's anywhere from 24,000 to 50,000 teacher shortages in California. Studies say that teachers are quitting the profession due to uncompetitive pay, the COVID conditions of the last several years, and burnout. So this is not a situation unique to Newark Unified, and we will continue to work hard in addressing these challenges. So the first slide that I'd like to cover to provide the board information is a snapshot of our current vacancies. The first slide shows certificated positions. And I've split the data up between elementary and secondary, further gen ed classes, and special education classes. So as you can see in our elementary general education classes, we have one current vacancy, and it's filled right now with a long-term sub. A candidate is being interviewed this week for that position. So that's all elementary, district-wide. We have one long-term sub at elementary gen ed. For special education classes at the elementary level, we have 5 vacancies. We have long-term subs in 2 of those, and we have contracted 3 teachers for this year. Moving to secondary, you see a little bit higher numbers. In secondary general education, we have 8 total vacancies. We have 3 at Newark Junior High School and 5 at Newark Memorial High School. All 3 at the junior high are filled with long-term subs, and all 5 at Newark Memorial High School are filled with long-term subs. In secondary special education level classes, we have 3 vacancies. One is being filled with a long-term sub. That is the position mentioned earlier tonight, the SDC class at Kennedy. We have currently the program specialist out of the special ed office, Mr. Daniels, has been working in the classroom the entire month of October. We have secured a long-term sub for this position, and I'd like to share another detail. She began last week kind of checking out the classroom. This week, she is shadowing Mr. Daniels. He is leading and she is supporting to learn the needs of the students and the processes that are in class. Next week, they will both be there as well. This time, the long-term sub will be leading the class, and the program specialist, Mr. Daniels, will be supporting her on the back end. So although we recognize this was an extremely tough situation, we feel very, very relieved that there's an adequate transition plan with this long-term sub that is willing to take over the classroom. So we're very excited, and I would like to thank the Special Education Department and Olivia Rangel, the director, for all of the support, in particular with that vacancy at Kennedy Elementary. I apologize. That's the whole Kennedy story was for elementary. So let me go ahead and summarize secondary. We have 3 current vacancies. We have a long-term sub in 1 position. We have a contracted teacher in 1 position. We do have 1 true vacancy, but we do have an offer out this week to a candidate. We have other vacancies, such as elementary TOSA positions and the high school position of teacher librarian. I left them outside of this data point because they are not the teacher of record for, you know, a class, a daily class. So that is our snapshot of vacancies as of today. The second gives an overview of where we have vacancies in our classified staff. You can see we have some short-term sub-coverage with our clerical vacancies, as well as our food service assistants. We do have maintenance vacancies. You'll see a very large number, should not be a surprise, for our special education aides. We have 12 contracted, and we have 11 vacant. Bilingual classroom aides are challenging to fill. We have 3 vacancies there, and we have 1 secondary campus monitor vacancy. So my focus tonight on the strategies and supports will be focused on certificated struggles and vacancies and what the district's done and will continue to do to support this. So the first slide is all about what we're doing to increase our sub pool. So as you know, and thank you to the board for increasing the sub rates for Newark, we now stand at 220 days, $220 per day, and $250 per day starting on day 6. We have seen an increase to our substitute pool, as you can see on the PAL reports every other week. We're starting to do an increase in sub recruitment and marketing. That includes social media, posters at every site, flyers at all of the sites for parents and visitors. We have waivers that are available for people who may want to be a sub. Maybe they haven't taken their basic skills test. There's a waiver that allows them to get started without that at the beginning, as well as they're working towards their bachelor's requirements. We also have long-term absences, and we're able to break up those long-term positions in day-to-day subs. So sometimes it's hard for someone to commit for a long job, but we'll break those apart and get them filled day by day. So we're supporting our high absence rate and our low sub pool with some of these strategies. The HR department and principals are working closely and collaboratively to continue recruitment and hiring. That is keeping our postings current on EdJoin, reposting them regularly so they go to the top of the list. We jump on screening and interviewing and starting that process continually. We have recruited retirees and part-time staff to return and support and substitute for us. Of course, we do have a need for site-based coverage by in-house substituting by teachers, and administrators take part in that as well. We also have an extra option called a 6/5. That's at the secondary level, where a teacher can take on an extra period of teaching. And using this agreement with NTA, we were actually able to fill 2 vacant positions, one at the junior high school. Enough teachers signed up to and agreed to take that 6th period to cover 1 vacancy at the junior high, and likewise 1 open classroom at the high school. So those are filled with our current teachers who are teaching 6th period, and their FTE is adjusted to 1.2. Because we do have a lot of long-term subs, the department chairs and grade level teams are really supporting those long-term substitutes with lesson plans and pacing and collaborating together. District office staff and administrators will also step in when they're available. And we do know the toll of in-house subbing, especially right at the very beginning of the year. And so we are currently negotiating an in-house substitution rate and an MOU with our Teachers Association. So that concludes my staff report to give you a little insight on where Newark Unified stands within this national teacher shortage.
Thank you, Ms. Ingham Waters. Any questions or comments from the board? Student board member Torres?
So with these long-term subs and these plans that they're getting, so like for department chairs, are they providing like day-to-day plans, or is it just like a weekly plan and it's just like, okay, here's the lesson plan, go teach it now? Because are these long-term subs actually qualified to teach some of these subjects, or are they just given a lesson plan from the department chair and saying, here, teach it?
So there were a couple of questions in there. I don't think I would be able to answer at the site level, you know, how department chairs are working with the staff within their department. I'm sure it varies site to site, but you did bring up a good point. And speaking to the public speaker earlier today, although we're excited that we have most all of our vacancies filled with long-term subs, they do have a valid credential from the teaching commission, but it's to be a sub. It's not to teach necessarily AP biology.
Thank you.
Member Zhang?
So for the secondary general education, the 5 at the Memorial High, 3 at the junior high, these are currently vacant, or they have 8 subs there?
They are currently vacant,
Okay.
but we have long-term subs who are committed to the assignment that are doing grades, communicating with parents, collaborating with their grade levels. So you'll still see those postings on EdJoin. If candidates apply with the appropriate credential, we're going to be on it very fast to try to have the classroom covered with a correctly credentialed teacher.
Another thing about strategy is, are we reaching out to those academies where the people are getting their teaching credentials and about to graduate from the academy to be a teacher?
Yeah, so we do have a lot of connections with the universities to take in student teachers, interns, and otherwise partner. We're not going to, at this point in the year, we're not going to find a lot of those folks because they're like in their studies. But that's really part of our recruitment plan as we go into this next year, January, February, or student teachers who are currently doing their studies. We want to continue that pipeline for them upon completion of their studies.
And if I may, I think actually in these conditions, thinking about the long-term substitutes as a potential place to recruit permanent teachers is something that not only are we considering, but I think we've actually had some success there in the past. Is that right, Ms.
That's true. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Member Hill?
No questions. Thank you, Ms. Waters.
You're welcome.
Member Grindel?
Yes. So is the 6/5 plan something you intend to do on an ongoing basis? I would imagine it creates a lot of stress for the teachers and not having a prep period. So this is more of a stopgap, not to use the word. It's not something that you're going to be utilizing, because I can imagine for some teachers it's an advantage. They're getting paid for an extra class, but that's not something you want to do in the ongoing basis.
You're correct. That is not our go-to solution for filling vacancies, not at all. It is contractual language that we can utilize. It involves the agreement of the teacher, the agreement of the NTA president, and we put it all in an agreement. It is certainly not an excuse for us to not recruit and not try to hire, but we do get to the situation where there aren't any new candidates. The teachers are getting pulled for their subject area a lot on a daily basis. And so at some point, they do and will consider taking on that extra period and adjusting their FTE to a 1.2, and then just take it on for the year instead of kind of being called on a daily basis to do in-house subbing. But you're 100% right. We do not want to go in that direction because we know it's a big ask. Even though teachers are getting paid, we're tired, teachers are tired
Right,
by 3 o'clock.
You mentioned burnout as a big problem.
Yes,
that could feed that fire.
absolutely. Yep.
Another question I have is, well, personally, I work as a substitute for a different district, and I wonder if there's any professional development plans for substitutes, particularly to make them feel more part of the community. Sometimes it feels like as a sub that you're kind of a free agent. You come in and cover a hole, but I'd hope, given the community we have in Newark, that there's some work in that direction, or that you're contemplating it. So hopefully that question made sense.
It made perfect sense, and that is one of our projects that the HR department wants to work out a little bit thoroughly and comprehensively, a substitute orientation, whether it's a video, a handbook, an in-person orientation on a monthly basis. That's kind of a longer-term project for us, but we identify that could really, there's a lot of competition. I could drive to Fremont in 5 minutes and the whole thing, but we want them to feel that small community feeling and get to know the staff. And so I think that is a project for us. We're not sure kind of what the actual product will look like, but we definitely want to make those connections with our substitutes.
Okay, well, I think. Oh, sorry. Well, I was going to say, I think whatever you do, even the attempt will be appreciated, and make people feel more part of the district, and also feed into you're using that as a farm system as well. So, thank you.
Yeah, but I was just going to add, we also have invited our long-term subs to participate in the professional development that we do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Grindel. Thank you, Ms. Ingham Waters. I don't have any questions, but I just wanted to thank you for the report and just to give us an understanding of what the vacancies are in the district and where we're at right now. So it's much appreciated. So thank you.
You're welcome.
President Nguyen, if I may interrupt, it seems like we might have not recorded a vote. Do you mind if we go back to the consent non-personnel items?
Yes.
I do have a motion by Vice President Grindal and second by Member Zhang.
Yes.
Would you mind taking a roll call vote?
Yes, I don't mind. Well, we don't mind. Student board member, how do you vote? These are for the non-personnel consent agenda items.
Yes.
Member Zhang?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Grindel?
Yes.
I'm also yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. On to item 14.1, district goals and objectives. Dr. Triplett.
Okay, thank you, President Nguyen. And I think Ms. Gutierrez, do you have that? Let's see. Let me see if I can get that. Make sure that you probably could pull it right off of the, off of the agenda item. Hopefully the formatting is right there. Yep, I think that'll do it. Great. So we're bringing this back tonight. This is the goals and objectives for the district that we've brought to the board a number of times at this point. We had a study session in September, and then staff had a chance to revise based on some feedback from the board, and then presented again on October 6th. Where we got some more feedback from board members, and so we're now bringing this back to the board for approval. I do want to just go over some of the process because it is a little bit different this year. We're trying to really streamline it and continue to improve this whole goal development process. So at this point, we're presenting the goals, and then with the idea that from here, then we can really begin to build out corresponding outcomes that are SMART, specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, time-sensitive, and equitable. But I think last year we had a little bit of a challenge of bouncing back and forth between goals, objectives, and measurable outcomes, and so we're trying to do this a little bit different. So like I said, on the 15th, brought forth a draft, and then you all were able to give input. Staff has worked considerably since then, and now we're bringing these back. If the board chooses to approve these, then the team would go back and generate measurable outcomes for each of these goals and objectives, and then we bring that back to the board for further input and approval. Next slide, please. So I've gone over these before, so I'm not going to spend too much time because I know the board is familiar, but I did want to point out a few things. One is there was a suggestion that we really, because we are shifting away from the fiscal crisis that we had a couple of years ago, and we were able to really make some hard decisions and get the budget in a much better place. We shifted the goal to goal 1 to be the instructional excellence for equity goal, but the other ones are still in the same order. Next slide. And the next one. And so you see this, underneath instructional excellence for equity, we have the STEAM objective, continuing to deepen the expansion of the STEAM initiative. TK-12, including the STAR Academy, environmental literacy, art programming, as well as the math progressions. Next one. And then ongoing focus on social-emotional learning, providing a social-emotional learning curriculum and designated instructional time for students and staff to develop and practice SEL competencies. And then the third instructional excellence for equity goal focused on college and career readiness, really focusing on our English language learners and supporting them within a number of our programs, the SEAL program, dual language immersion, as well as really continuing to build out our English language development instruction, both integrated and designated. And then, as we've been talking about tonight, we know that recruitment and development and retention of highly qualified educators is a real critical priority, and so we have two objectives here. The first one being really focusing our ongoing resources to offer a competitive salary increase within the constraints of a multi-year balanced budget. And I know that was feedback from board members around making sure that we're not just thinking about this year's balanced budget, but a balanced budget moving forward. Next slide. And then the second one, of course, being the importance of implementing a plan that supports all staff to grow professionally through professional development and coaching. We know that all of us continuing to be ongoing learners is the way that we're going to really transform our district. Next. And then here within fiscal vitality, we talked about leveraging one-time funds for deferred needs. Next one. And then under communication, really moving forward with the marketing campaign, as well as community engagement sessions on a number of topics that are important to the community. And then lastly, within exceptional learning facilities, really moving forward with this time-sensitive focus on hiring a consultant for addressing our surplus property utilization. And then lastly, the community-based engagement process in order to identify our highest priority capital projects for our comprehensive middle and high schools. And those are the goals. So welcome goals and objectives. Welcome comments, and then we're recommending that the board approve these.
Thank you, Dr. Triplett. Any comments or questions from Student Board Member Torres?
Not at this moment.
Thank you. Member Zhang?
So I guess this year we changed the format a little bit. We approved the goal first, and then there will be measurement come back. We'll approve second time. Is that what's going to happen?
We'll bring back, based on these goals and objectives, we'll bring back measurable outcomes for the board to weigh in on, and then hopefully approve.
Okay. So last time we talked about narrowing down the goals, right? Because we don't want to have peanut butter spreading too thin, right? We want to. So from 2 weeks ago, is there any goal that got eliminated that we narrowed down, or because it still feels like we have quite a bit of goal that you have a lot of things you need to cover, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we did narrow. I know that was the suggestion in the first the study session, and we narrowed from there. But we do have a lot of work to do, and we don't want to. I think just being. I think there's importance in as a organization really articulating the things that we are doing, and making sure that then all of our work throughout the system is really focused on these critical areas.
So obviously we're not going to be seeing the measurable outcome, but can you provide some example about, for example, in Goal 1A, the social and emotional learning? What could be some example of a measurable outcome that you're going to be providing? And what will be some of the sample measurable outcome for college and career readiness?
Yeah, so like I said, we were hoping to present these. We've had some engagement with the staff, and then come back with measurable outcomes. So I wouldn't want to just throw out some possible ones right now. I would want to really give it some good thought and make sure that they are smart, that they are specific and measurable and achievable, time sensitive, etc. But you can see in that goal, for example, the social emotional learning, it's really about implementing a curriculum and prioritizing time for students and staff to develop and practice these competencies. And so, it would be within that realm.
Okay, I guess follow up, like the timeline. Do you expect the board to be looking at or approving the measurable outcome for the next board meeting, or the board for like a month from today?
Yeah, my goal is within November.
My apologies for the interruption. Member Zhang, if you don't mind getting closer to the microphone. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments, Member Zhang? Member Hill?
Thank you. Yeah, and to Member Zhang's point, so I do remember in our last meeting when we reviewed goals that you had specifically asked to weed down the number, and I had that presentation, but it looks like we actually didn't weed it down. We went up by 1. So we had 10 goals last time. We have 11 this time. My concern with again, this process is we've said that we're going to use the SMART methodology to put goals together, and yet we're really deviating from that. And just to remind people in the public, in terms of the acronym and what it stands for, so SMART goals stand for S, specific, M, measurable, A, achievable or attainable, R, relevant, and T, time-based. Right, and so all good goals should basically be addressing those 5 different categories. And I think that the challenge that we have with the current goals is, when I look at a number of them, I mean, specific is really about the outcome itself. And the idea is that in order to, you've got to envision a specific outcome before you can put the other pieces together. But when I look at a number of the goals, I mean, for example, like when I look at goal 1A, objective 1, the description is continue to deepen the expansion. So that's really not specific. It's very vague. And if I go and I flip over to goal 1A, objective 3, it says expand and deepen access for English learners. Again, I really don't know what that means. That's not specific, and there are other examples. The challenge then becomes if you don't have a specific outcome, then it becomes very difficult to measure it. And so, again, you're not going to be able to achieve your M. And if you can't measure it, then there's no way that you can understand whether it's attainable or not, because you need to understand where you are and where you're trying to go and whether it is a realistic goal. But then finally on the R part, and this is the part where I'm most concerned, I think that we're missing a bunch of categories here. And so, the elephant in the room, and we've been talking about it since our first planning session, has been test scores. And we know that this is a problem. It's been a problem for many years. And quite frankly, it's a major driver of our enrollment challenges. And yet, we don't see any mention of test scores or how we're going to tackle that. So that's one gap. And then there's others, right? There's no real looking at fiscal accountability. And we've certainly seen through the audit process this year, and I'll be speaking a little bit more about this later, that there are a number of findings related to how we're handling key financial processes, no discussion of that, and yet there's a lot of work that needs to be done. And then there's school safety, and there's a variety of other ones. So I really think that this is not ready for, I think we have more work to do here. So that's my perspective. Thank you.
Member Grindel?
Yes, well, I like the approach of coming to an agreement on the goals, and then figuring out a way to measure those goals. So I support that idea. It gives, we have to climb a mountain, and at some point we want to be on a ledge where we instead of sliding up and down the face of El Capitan. I think this sort of is that ledge that we're able to document where we want to go with goals, and with the understanding that we'll be working over the next few weeks to really refine the measurement of these goals. So I support this approach. I appreciate the modifications in terms of, and I know it's largely symbolic because we have 4 major goal areas. However, I did want to see the instructional excellence be on the top because that really is a high priority for me. So I appreciate the humoring me in that regard, because the number isn't exactly a priority, but I did want to make that clear. I also I think that the goal 1B is very important. The educators are where the rubber meets the road in this whole process, and I'm sorry, yeah, it's 1B objective 2, particularly with the professional development and coaching for our staff. I've heard anecdotes of a lack of reviews and coaching for staff in the past. And the way we're going to be improving our schools and making them excellent is by continuing to support our educators. And so I strongly support that effort. And so that's really the key. But I don't have any problems with the goals as they are set. I am interested in how we move from here to a specific and measurable, specific and measurable goals and measurement techniques. But I think we should get ourselves camped on the ledge with these goals and make it clear to our organization where we want to go, and then dig deep into finding measurable goals. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Grindel. So with that, yes, Student Board Member.
Sorry, I had some questions. So one of the goals, I think it's goal 3, it says build the structures and systems for an effective two-way communication with students, staff, and families. So I wonder, is there any way that the community can maybe get involved with these goals, maybe hear some of their input? Because if you want to build a communication with the families, I think this would be a great way to start, hear what they want to know about the goals, and I wonder if there's any way for that to happen. And then also with goal 4, it is create safe, attractive, and inviting learning facilities and appearance of schools. So would that be something, because I know earlier we heard about a complaint of there's no water filtering stations at one of the schools. So I was wondering if that would be a part of goal 4.
Yeah, thank you, Student Member Torres. That's right. Yeah, the goal 4, objective 2, conduct a community-based engagement process to identify the highest priority capital projects for our comprehensive middle and high schools. That would fall into that category. And in fact, when we have started to engage community, as you know, both students and staff, and we're planning an upcoming engagement with families with regard to the highest priority capital projects at the high school. And something that has come up in both staff and student engagements has been the water stations. So it's really valuable. We wanted to we really wanted to articulate this goal in a way that is responsive both to the community and to the board, because I know the board had mentioned that in order for us to bring forth the most important capital projects, the board felt it was really important to engage and hear from the community, and so we're taking that approach of utilizing this year to really be methodical and engage in that way. So yeah, I think that what you're referring to, Board Member Torres, is both goal 4 and then also goal goal 3.
Thank you. Thank you, Superintendent Triplett.
So with that, I just want to add, obviously, in the following session, we'll be approving the measurables, but I will say, ultimately, that, like what Member Grindel said, some of these can be symbolic, but ultimately, when we're evaluating the superintendent, each individual board member will probably have quite wide latitude about to decide how you evaluate the superintendent. I mean, this is not the only measurement that we'll be looking at superintendent.
Correct. Thank you, Member Zhang. So my only comments is that, yes, I've had this conversation with Dr. Triplett on our one-on-one, and also articulated the fact that maybe it would be a better idea if we did narrow down some of the goals. But after talking to him and understanding that he wanted to make sure that these goals, are out there for us to understand that these are the things that we really need to work on as a district. So in that sense, and then with the measurables coming up, for us to be able to have input and also community input in that, and then vote on it to make the final outcome of the district goals and objectives, I think I am good with approving these goals at this time. With that said, make it a motion to approve the goals.
Yeah, I'd like to make a short statement and then,
Sure.
And then a motion. Just that this is an annual process. These goals are not chiseled into a hunk of granite, and that are unmovable as circumstances change and as we go forward. So again, we're not setting a 10-year plan. This is an annual plan, and I do agree with Board Member Torres that it'd be great to, when we go through this process next year, that when it comes to the goal setting itself, we find a way to get some public input on that process. But again, understanding this is not chiseled in granite. We can make changes as we go along if we need to. This provides us direction, a roadmap, so to speak. And so based on that, I want to recommend that we approve the goals as presented.
Thank you. May I get a second, please?
I'll second that.
Motion made by Member Grandal, seconded by Member Zhang. Please vote on board docs. Student Board Member, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
We have 3 yeas with Member Hale voting no.
Thank you. Okay, on to new business. Item 15.1, Organizational Review, Human Resources and Business Department. Dr. Triplett.
Okay, thank you very much, President Wen. So this agenda item, we have a guest speaker from School Services who's joining us, Ms. Danielle. And I believe I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Ingham Waters in a minute. But we just wanted to bring forth this to the board, not for approval, but to accept this really in-depth and thorough report. So clearly we have a lot of areas where we need to continue to grow and improve, and we recognize that getting the help of an outside expert such as Ms. Connolly would be, and School Services would be really helpful in us digging into what are the things that are going well in a given department, in this case, Human Resources, and then what are things that we could continue to improve upon. And so School Services did a really amazing job of diving really deep into this, and I'll turn it over to Ms. Ingham Waters to add anything else.
No, we're just appreciative of Danielle Connolly's, it's getting late for me, work with our department and the business department to provide recommendations, which she'll be highlighting this evening. It has been an interesting process, and we're excited for potential work to come to support our employees and support our families and students.
Also, I'm sorry, can I say one more thing? Sorry. Just wanted to articulate that this is sort of, I would say, in some ways, the beginning of the process, because what is in this very thorough report are recommendations. And so what we want to do moving forward is build a plan for how do we continue to transform the department based on these recommendations. So that's what's being presented tonight.
Excellent, thank you. Good evening or good night, depending on if you're a night owl or morning person. My name is Danielle Conley, and it is really a pleasure to be here tonight to share with you some of the highlights of this very comprehensive and detailed report. Good evening, Governing Board, and to the district staff, and then the Newark Unified Community members who are sitting behind me. They're committed all the way through. School Services of California, we are a consulting company. We specialize in public schools, and we do a lot of work in the fiscal area, also with human resources and some legislative governmental relations and lobbying on behalf of public schools as well. Prior to my life here in School Services, I spent 18 years in various school districts. All of those years were spent in human resources departments, partnering and working with the business services department, especially in the topics that we're going to talk about tonight. So before I jump into some of the key observations and recommendations, I wanted to provide a little context about this report. This report is an assessment, an analysis based on operations. It is not an audit, and it's certainly not an evaluation of the employees who are sitting in the seat doing this hard work. As you know, there are a lot of difficulties and a lot of functions that happen in an HR and business department, but we are narrowly focused in some key areas for this particular work. So as you can see here, we examined employee health and welfare benefits. We looked at position control practices. For those of you who aren't familiar with that term, position control is an internal management system where the district budget, where payroll function and HR, and they all come together in an integrated way to manage the personnel for the district. It's very complicated and oftentimes a common area of challenge for many districts in California. We also looked at HR policies, procedures, and then employee recruitment and selection and hiring. We did that by visiting with the district. We did some field work. We interviewed the employees who were in the business and HR department, and then also some of the partner departments at the district office, in addition to the customers that the department serves, so the site administrators and some of the labor partners as well. We looked at documentation, and we focused really on the function of those departments. Now, in terms of why I said this isn't an audit, the district approached us and said, we know we are challenged with recruitment. We've heard about this all night, so it wasn't like we are exploring, is this actually a problem? This work is focused on why is this a problem and how do we fix it and an implementation plan moving forward. So I just wanted to make that very clear distinction between what this report is all about. Now, when I go into the overall observations, the report is very detailed, so I extracted just a couple of talking points in each area, but I want to note that I do have the report in front of me, and so if anyone has any detailed questions, I will be ready to answer those. We've talked a lot tonight about the recruitment struggles. I do want to note we've talked a lot about the teacher pipeline, and we should continue to do that. But what is happening right now throughout the state is a staffing crisis, and that's not an over-exaggeration. We've talked about the pipeline for a very long time, but this has grown to classified employment, and then we're also seeing this within our administrative and supervisor ranks, because if you don't have qualified teachers work their way into administration. So this is really a comprehensive problem. This has been going on over time, and what the pandemic did is it increased the attrition rates for many districts. That happened here in this district. The pandemic also increased the number of leaves. These factors and these details drive staffing needs. In addition, we have temporary emergency funding that is meant to increase staffing temporarily and also sustain staffing, and that increased staffing needs. So what this HR department was faced with during the pandemic is almost doubling the number of new hires. So your new hires were outpacing your attrition rates based on all of these factors. And we've heard about that tonight. So those challenges were going into the pandemic already with difficulty, and then the pandemic just really magnified that. And again, this is an unfortunate circumstance that many are focused on addressing, because it really is a statewide problem. As we think about the recommendations here, though, the teacher pipeline is not within the control of anyone in this room, right? The state is dedicating a lot of funding to build that, but what we're focused on is internal operations that can help make recruitment practices more effective. So I want to focus on the key areas of the HR department staffing, and the reason why is in order to achieve operational efficiency, you've got to have the organizational structure that serves the needs of the district. The staffing should be allocated at a level that can effectively operate, strong procedures and policies that are in process, and effective communication practices. So starting with that baseline foundation, I want to take a look real quick at the HR department positions. On this slide, you see here that it says 6 full-time employment, or FTE. That's how we describe staffing. Some key observations during field work: the HR manager positions were either vacant at the time or the incumbent was unavailable. And the staff secretary 1 position is actually listed under HR, but that particular position is serving as the receptionist, and about 80 to 90% of that position's time is spent taking incoming customers and dealing with student matters and educational services matters. And so what that does is it provides a false sense of FTE, because you actually don't have those positions functioning as true HR positions. So there was a lot of shifting, transitions, and changes that deeply impacts the department's ability to meet the recruitment needs and all of the other requirements and compliance factors that HR is required to focus on. Another element of this report was a comparative examination. So these districts that you see here on the top row, these were districts that were similar in size, similar to student demographics, and so we were able to gather their staffing data for their HR department only. You see that the positions in the comparative table here are listed by their job classification with executive management. The district was out of alignment in terms of the management positions, and that was because the HR manager positions are classified as classified management positions, but I'll note in a slide or two in a minute that they weren't truly serving supervisory, evaluative, functioning managers, and that's pulling the executive director position into doing some more of that work. You'll also see the department staffing, which in HR is the highly analytical, highly technical work. You usually see a personnel specialist or an HR generalist. We see here that the district's HR department doesn't have any staffing in that area. That's a critically important observation because the department is struggling with the operational aspects of so much of the work. And so one of the reasons is attributed to some of the staffing and how it is organized in the department. When we take the enrollment and divide it by the FTE, we come up with a ratio, and the lower your ratio, that means the higher you're staffed. So when you just look at this and just do the simple math, the district is ranked second, which means it has the second highest staffing allocation in this particular group. But if you recall that previous slide, they really don't, because we subtract the district receptionist and then all the transitions of the staffing during this last year. They were probably operating, I would estimate, at 2.5, 3 FTE. And when you look at that realistic calculation, you see why that staffing is causing some significant stress within the department. So as I already noted, the executive director position is getting pulled down into some of the department operations just because of the staffing deficiencies in that middle band. The HR manager positions, they're not truly functioning as evaluating supervising managers, and so that is a recommendation I make to take a further look at those. The substitute placement clerk position, the job description was last updated in 1995, and it really just truly does not depict what the experience is in a modern HR office. And again, the staff secretary 1 position is not truly functioning as an HR position. So I make some recommendations here, which I'll get to a recommended org chart in just a second. I recommend that the district consider reorganizing the department and taking a look at those job descriptions, the role and the function of any position in any organization is conveyed and communicated by the appropriate job title and then the appropriate duties described. The district is also utilizing a temporary staffing resource in terms of having a substitute come in and provide these additional support areas. And because that has been going on, there is certainly a justification to consider that to be made in a permanent way. So here's the teeny tiny org chart that none of us can see those bullets, but I'll just tell you what they say, and it's bigger in the report. This is the biggest we could get it on the slide. But you have your executive director position that's overseeing the department with the administrative assistant. There is no change there. You see here that I recommend to restructure the 2 HR manager positions, with one of them being a director of operations HR, just due to this critical need in this area in terms of department operations to help support recruitment, selection, onboarding, and some of the other areas. The other HR manager position restructured as an HR generalist, which is more aligned with what we usually see as an industry standard, and again, to help support employees, sites, some of these essential functional areas. Substitute placement clerk remains the same. And then we have the recommended new position, which has really been temporary over a sustained period of time. In terms of recruitment and onboarding, we already know about the first bullet. We've talked about that all night. That's the reason why I'm here. In terms of why this is happening, the district has sustained a lot of vacancies, and I already kind of opened up with that as well. But due to these high numbers of unfilled positions, and we heard about some of the stressors earlier today, we've got principals working in classrooms. The hiring process is bottlenecking. It's taking weeks, if not months, to complete. And these are things that the district can control if the departments have the resources and staffing and training necessary to push this work over the finish line. The district is in a good position right now to plan and address recruitment for 23-24. We are outside of the certificated recruitment season. So this is something that the district would plan to address right now moving forward to get ready for the spring. In terms of recruitment and onboarding, I know HR is already working on a comprehensive recruitment plan. They've already jumped into action. HR and business are very eager to set forth with many of these recommendations. In addition, there are some hiring barriers in the process, just simple operational things. Don't cost anything, but just a change in practice to help lift some of the obstacles that are in place when it comes to hiring new employees. In terms of position control, the internal management system, there wasn't a lot of shared written standards and workflows, so that's one of course, the corresponding recommendations. There were differing perspectives in terms of what is position control. This is a very common circumstance when we work with school districts, and whose role was it to manage position control. And so I worked a lot with staff, and there's a lot of narrative in the report about position control being an integrated and shared responsibility. And there are some various misunderstandings about, who's supposed to be doing what, but this ultimately impacts the new hire process. And that's why this is important as we talk about recruitment, because the more effective and efficient we're managing our positions and personnel, the better we are at hiring. So, of course, the first recommendation is to create those shared internal written procedures and practices, and we need some training. We can't expect staff to perform at an exceptional level if we're not providing them with the tools and resources they need to do their job. And so we have a significant need for training on the escape position control system, and we definitely have staff who are eager to do that as well. In terms of creating that accountability and sense of customer service, HR and business should work together to start establishing those in those areas. Again, recognizing that HR has been through a considerable staffing transition right now, and it is difficult to do that when you don't have consistent staffing in place. So as far as just some closing thoughts that I'll leave you with, included in the report is an implementation plan for these recommendations, but no recommendation is more important than the other. It's just that you simply can't be strategic if you don't have staffing and if you don't have written procedures. So they're all very important. And in terms of the implementation plan, it is broken down into 3 sections. Some of them are just ongoing. It took a long time to get to this moment where the district is now, and it will take some time to move out of this moment. And with that, I somehow got to the end of the presentation, and I'm available and ready for questions if there are any.
Thank you, Ms. Connolly. Any questions or comments from our Student Board Member Torres?
Not at this moment.
Thank you. Member Zhang?
So I don't really have questions, but I have some comments. So I generally have 4 points that I want to make. First of all, before I make my comment, this report is actually up for the board Monday, so we do have 72 hours to review this. So for this for the 97-page report. So the comment I want to make is, when I first see this agenda item, this is more like the operation of the district. So I was a bit surprised that the board will actually look at that, because generally we would say board doesn't really get involved into the daily operation of the district. But given that it did brought into the board discussion, so I would not make the 4 comments from a perspective of a board member. I would make the 4 comments or any advice or suggestion that whatever you want to call, from the perspective of a person that with a sizable compensation in the private sector. So this will be what I learned from the private sector. So the first thing I did look at the report talking about the communication between the HR department and whatever the Ask Services department. What I observed from other organizations, successful organizations, and sometimes within this district is the interdepartmental communication issue oftentimes results from lack of what you call lateral or horizontal communication between department heads. This is not specific to Newark Unified. I mean, many of the organizations where when you have interdepartmental collaboration, generally what happens is the two supposed to be talking, two division head or whatever team lead are supposed to be talking to each other, generally move up the chain to let their common boss or whatever to communicate, where they ended up not really owning the product. That's why oftentimes when I was interviewing at my job for any tech lead or very high level positions, I will ask the question, what do you think is the most important stakeholder or the most important working relationship you're going to have? Oftentimes the ideal answer I want to hear is not like my teammate or like my direct report. It's that the team lead from the other department or the team lead from the other team. So that's sort of, it is a challenge in many organizations, but I think we do need to improve and increase the horizontal communication in this, which is very related to a second phenomenon that oftentimes I see from people in not successful organizations, which is oftentimes team lead or whatever individual members have a difficulty distinguishing between escalating up versus delegating up. You escalate up because you are being blocked. You want to remove the dependency, but you do not delegate your job up. You own it. That is your product. You are the leader. When you are blocked, don't escalate to your boss. You escalate to your boss to remove the dependency, to unblock yourself. Your boss is not there to do your job. So escalate up, don't delegate up. And the third thing I want to make on the hiring thing about the HR department is, I think as Ms. Ingram has been pretty recent in this position, as she's building up the organization. At some point of all, when you're restructuring or whatever, building out the organization, there will be a point where you will need to be reckoned with a philosophical choice when it comes to hiring, which is, do you hire by strength or do you hire by lack of weakness? So that will be a choice that at some point, I'm pretty sure, you will need to be reckoned with to make that decision. Obviously, the board is not in no position to tell you which philosophical path you want to pick. And the last point I want to make, which is in many ways related to hiring process that I guess the board and the public comment has been talking about really for a while, which is how do we improve our hiring process? How do we retain qualified educators? So I feel like, based on my years of observation, oftentimes organizations make the mistake thinking the interview process or your hiring procedure is what determines the quality of your hire. But in reality, excellent organizations had great hiring because they focus on expanding the universe of the applicant pools. The universe of the applicant pools matters a lot more than your internal hiring process and interview process. If you expand and improve the universe of your applicant pools, in the most extreme case, you can roll a dice and still end up hiring somebody that's really good. If you don't improve and expand the universe of the applicant pool, meaning the people that bother to apply to your position, you can have the best and most rigorous interview process. You will still end up having a mediocre hire. So how do you improve and expand the universe of the applicant pool? That's something you do on a daily basis to improve the culture, to build a welcoming environment, and including when candidates checking out a board meeting, they look at the board meeting, the public meeting, they realize this is a great place, I want to come. So it's incumbent upon all of us not just the hiring committee, not just the panelists, to actually end up expanding and improving the universe of our applicant pool to make people feel welcome at this place. Being of sex at the interview process and the hiring procedure without working hard to improve and expand the universe of applicant pools is seeing the trees and missing the forest. So that's the points I want to make.
Thank you, Member Zhang. Member Hill, any questions or comments?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Connolly. I appreciate your work and your experience. And then President Wen, when you're ready, I just would like to make a modified motion regarding this. So since the public hasn't had a chance to see the report itself and be able to provide comment or input to us, I'd like to table the acceptance of this. I think we've had good discussion, but table the acceptance so that the public can see, and then we could bring it back in the next meeting and approve it.
President Nguyen, if you'd like, you could finish comments and then go back to the motions.
That's what I was going to say.
Yes. Let's finish up the comments and then we'll go back to the motion. Thank you.
I want, President Nguyen, is that okay?
Yes, please, Member Grindel, you have the floor.
Thank you. I wanted to understand the staff secretary one position that was serving essentially as a receptionist and was folded under HR, but not really doing much HR work. I mean, based on your review. So where does that position land with the flow chart that you have indicated? Is that position go to another department, or is that position one of the boxes? I was having a hard time understanding that.
Yeah, we couldn't see the boxes, which probably didn't help us, but that recommendation is in the report, and it is recommended that the district consider reassigning the position to a department that it frequently is engaging and supporting. So typically, we see the receptionist position assigned either in educational services, maybe for student services, or perhaps in the superintendent's office because it takes a lot of community communication. It really just depends internally on where the position best serves. It could still sit in HR, but it shouldn't be counted as supporting that human resources function. So that's really just that note there. So if the district decided, well, we don't really have anywhere else to assign the position, it's doing fine here, it can go back on that org, but I just wanted to visually arrange the positions that way to really illustrate HR functional support.
No, I understand. So that would mean that person, it could be folded under the manager, but really you're not counting it as part of the FTEs that are assigned to HR functioning.
That's correct. Yeah.
And so in that regard, it seems like right now, I mean, we have a lot of vacancies, and really our Ingram Waters is rebuilding this department. I don't know if that's a fair statement, but I'm going to say it anyway. And we have a lot of vacancies and a lot of transition that's occurring. So right now we have 3.5 something positions operating, and what your recommendation is to have 6, which puts us near the bottom in terms of ratio per enrollment. Is that because we are experiencing such a transition right now that you'd expect other similar agencies to go through that, or is there something else that would make Newark need to have more staff per enrollment than other places? Sorry if that's a big question, but
yeah. So I just wanted to go back to the slide because I think it's easier than trying to memorize. But the thing about comparative staffing in school districts, we work in a comparable world. We look at salary comparisons. We look at staffing comparisons. The thing to remember about staffing comparisons is that it's one chapter in the book, because each of these districts has a very different story. They have very different circumstances, and they serve different employee and student populations. in addition to their geographic location. So there's all of these different factors to feed into this decision, but I think that it's important as you consider staffing in terms of, is this the correct allocation? And what I really focus on is not exactly the overall FTEs. I think it's important, but I really looked at the bands of support that you have within. This data came in after I had visited with the district and was really kind of focusing on these operational difficulties and the absence of this technical support within the department. And then I said, wow, look at these other districts here offer 3 and 2, and that really helped me come to this recommendation. So it didn't exactly develop the recommendation, but it helped. And then it helps the administrative team and the board really determine what is the right staffing for us. And you know that you are in this incredibly challenging moment right now. And as you think about moving forward and how are we going to address the staffing challenge, think about those things that it relates to supporting that work.
Yeah, thank you. And then just a comment, and then I'll hand it over. Just that understanding that we're in this transitional period, but I'm a little concerned about being having more staffing assigned per enrollment than to other similar agencies. So I'd caution that we don't. That maybe there's a temporary position, maybe there's a reevaluation of that as we get through this crisis. I'm just a little concerned about being on the generous. I don't want to say fat, so I want to say on the generous side of that.
Yes, I completely understand that. And when you factor out the receptionist position, the recommendation doesn't add FTEs because I completely understand that concern, and that is definitely justifiable. It's really a restructuring of what you already have. So you already have those 2 management positions, and it's retitling, restructuring the staffing that you have. That's the other thing. We don't want to just throw positions at the problem and hope that it solves it. That's not a good strategy. We really want to think about the work and the needs of the district and assign staffing accordingly. And that's really where that recommendation lies. Now, whatever the team decides as they look at it and say, this is what we can tolerate, this is what we can do, then that may look a little different. But the bullets in terms of the sample work assignments of each of those positions also illustrates multi-level support within the department, whereas right now we have a lot of duties that are just assigned to this one position. And so if that position is vacated or if they're absent, there's no backup plan or cross-training here, and we're not providing this consistent support. And so that reconfiguration also provides that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Connolly. I'm going to try and keep this short. I really do appreciate your detailed report. Coming from where, as an IT analyst for the last 22 years and implementing systems for our local cities across departments, I can understand how the lack of communication between departments, especially when payroll is so big and it's running all the numbers and it's paying out staff, and where HR can get lost. HR systems can get lost in there, and so interdepartmental operations are so important, and the communication that happens between those departments are integral to have all the processes in place to be able to be efficient, to be able to make sure that that staff is doing exactly what it is that they're supposed to be doing. So I really appreciate your report, and I really appreciate the fact that you pointed out all the recommendations, the analytical part of it, and the recommendations, and then prioritizing how to put make the recommendations. I can't talk right now, but basically put all the steps together so that our staff is able to correct the situation and improve the department, and aligning with best practices. So I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. And now that you said that, I do want to note that the teams are already in motion. We've met a couple of times about the recommendations, and the business office, under the leadership of your business leader and your HR leader, are very eager to set forth with some of these recommendations that, like I said, are just a change in practice. And so I really want to recognize the teams as they're marching through these challenges ahead. So,
Yeah. And it's really
Great.
clear cut with the organization chart and the expectations and the roles and responsibilities of each of the positions. So I think we're headed in a good start. So
Yes.
thank you.
I agree. Thank you.
Okay, so with that, back to the motion on the floor. Member Hill wanted a motion that we bring this back at the next meeting because it wasn't posted, but I would like to get clarification from the superintendent as to why the report wasn't posted.
Yeah, thank you, President Nguyen. So, this is, the action here is just to accept the report. Our intention is to put the full report in the supplemental documents that'll be available to all the public. What we wanted to be conscious of, having the opportunity for Ms. Connolly to present first, so that there was some context that could be provided to this really elaborate report. So that's the idea there. And we have every intention to post the full report available to the public.
Thank you, Dr. Triplett. Do we have a second? Okay, the motion died.
I'd make a motion to accept the report.
Motion to accept the report made by Member Grandel. May I have a second, please?
I'll second that.
Seconded by Member Zhang. Student Board Member, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Please vote on board docs. That was good.
Thank you all. Votes are in. I have 3 yeas and 1 nay from Member Hill.
Thank you. Okay, on to item 15.2, resolution certifying course-based independent study curriculum. Oh, yes.
Can we extend our time to 11 o'clock since
Oh, yes.
we're cutting it close?
Thank you for the reminder, Member Hill. Motion made by Member Hill. May I get a second, please?
I'll second it
Sec-
with the expectation that we should finish by 10:30.
Okay, thank you. So our student
And
board
a
member.
further explanation that if the student board member needs to depart, that's perfectly fine.
Thank you. We will be extending the meeting to 11. Thank you. Motion made by Member Hill, seconded by Member Zhang.
I have 4 yeas.
Thank you. Okay. On to item 15.2, resolution 2022.23.12, certifying course-based independent study curriculum. Dr. Triplett?
Thank you, President Nguyen. So Ms. Pierce is going to explain a little bit more about this, but essentially this is a unique situation where we have a small group of students who, in the junior high, who have been on the pathway of taking geometry in 8th grade. And as the board will recall, last year we went through an extremely thorough process, engaging stakeholders, family, staff, et cetera, around a new math pathway. So this is basically, these students are grandfathered into that because they were already on the path to take geometry in 8th grade. And I'll turn it over to Ms. Pierce to explain a little bit more about this process.
Thank you. So absolutely. As Dr. Triplett said, we did adopt a new math progressions last year. It has a lot of engagement from our families, from our department chairs, for the board approved, and so on. We do have 5 students left who are eligible for geometry in 8th grade. I want to make sure that the public understands 2 things. So one, We did find an error on the resolution after posting, so I do have, the correct one is now online and available for all to see. I do have it in paper form if anybody needs a copy in the audience, or if anybody at the board needs a copy as well. Thank you so much for passing this out. There is a difference between course-based independent study and traditional independent study. So our intention is not to start a new program here in Newark Unified School District, but make sure that we do our due diligence to support those 5 students who are eligible to take geometry and again are sort of grandfathered in. We truly do owe it to those students. So that is our intention here. Part of that process, though, for course-based independent study is slightly different than traditional independent study. And as you know, we have adopted now 2 board policies in so many years. The policies for independent study are changing quickly and adapting quickly as we went through COVID. And so we were really intentional about how we went through the process this year. We were one of the first districts to adopt the new board policy after CSBA came out with their updates. We actually notified Alameda County that the updates were available so they could update the rest of the districts in Alameda County. At their first possible board meeting, we adopted that new board policy, and now this is the second step for the course-based independent study. And part of those requirements are to have a resolution explaining that the minutes are similar, making sure that it is of the same rigor. And in our case, we're choosing to use the same program we use for our Crossroads Independent Study. It's the same program, although it is just the course of geometry. These students are taking this course through a regular period, so it's the exact same minutes of other students. They are supported by both a credentialed staff member as well as a counselor who meets with them daily to ensure they're staying up with their coursework. We have checked in with them. It seems like they're doing quite well, and the parents are very happy about this solution for them. So we're excited to be able to offer this. I'm happy to answer any questions. I think most of the information is right here for you. I do want to make sure that part of the annual certification includes, again, equivalent daily instructional minutes. We have effectively calculated these out. So out of total, and I can give you the exact minutes for every single day on the calendar, but in total they will meet 9,134 minutes as required. And if students pass, they will be eligible to enroll in Algebra 2. Moving forward, we don't anticipate offering this program, but again, we feel like it is our responsibility to support these students in their academic paths.
Thank you, Ms. Nicole Pierce. Any comments or questions by our student board member? No? Member Jean? No? Member Hill?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Pierce. Yes, 2 questions. So, and thank you, Dr. Triplett. I know that I'd asked a question about where in Ed Code it specifies that, we need a resolution to address this situation. So thank you for sending that information. There's a clarification that I'd like to understand, and then also a question. So the clarification is, so this resolution applies only to these 8 students, is it 8, right?
5.
Oh, sorry, 5 students for this academic year. Okay. Okay.
You are correct, yes.
All right. And then the question is since we are going to be using Edgenuity, so who is the teacher of record, and are they certified in, math, geometry, in turn to provide proper supervision of this?
Yes. So right now they are scheduled to one of our assistant principals with counselor support. So the counselor provides the daily contact and meets with the students daily in their section. And then the synchronous instruction is provided by a combination of both the counselor and the assistant principal.
And they're certified in this area?
They are credentialed.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hill. Member Grindel?
I want to compliment staff on addressing this difficult, this sort of difficult grandfathered in situation. I think it's same rigor. It's happy students, happy parents. It's a bunch of wins altogether. I compliment you for being flexible and helping these students in their path. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Thank you, Member Grindal. I also would like to echo Member Grindal's comment and very grateful that staff was able to make sure that our students didn't have to repeat algebra again. And I know for a fact, I do have one of my friend's daughters in the class, and she's really enjoying it and thriving in the class. So just want to appreciate staff for really making sure that these 5 students were able to continue on their math journey. So thank you. With that, may I get a motion to approve the resolution?
I move to approve the resolution.
Motion made by Member Zhang,
I'll second.
seconded by Member Grindel. Student Board Member, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Board members, please vote on board docs.
We have 4 yeas.
Thank you, Ms. Gutierrez. On to item 16.1, our pooled consent agenda items, starting with 11.4. Member Hill, you have the floor.
Thank you. So this is regarding the Myers-Nave contract. So I'm voting not to approve this, and the reason I'm voting no is that we are being asked to approve an investigation where the board and the district have no jurisdiction. This is a matter that should be investigated by the grand jury and potentially the district attorney for proper adjudication. As everyone knows, you cannot investigate yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hill. With that, any other comments or questions?
Yes.
Member Grindel?
I'm going to be voting for this investigation. We want to, the investigation is not limited just to the criminal actions, but to violations of our governance handbook and other policies as well. And so this is the appropriate way for us to get to the bottom of whether or not there was a violation, and so we can take proper action. And that's why I'm in support of this. I'll be happy to make the motion when it's time.
Any other comments? Okay. Would you like to make the motion?
I'd like to approve this item. Recommend that the Board of Education approve the agreement with Myers. It's Nave, by the way.
Yes.
Myers Nave.
Yes. May I get a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Member Zhang. Motion made by Member Grindel, seconded by Member Zhang. Student Board Member, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Zhang? Oh, sorry. Vote on board docs.
I have 3 yeas and 1 no by Member Hill.
Thank you, Ms. Gutierrez. On to 11.16, Member Hill.
Yes, thank you. So this is regarding the quarterly contracts. Hold on a second here. Yeah, quarterly report on contracts. So as was brought up earlier during public comment, so the school services contract, and we saw the fruits of that this evening. So I guess as we have been talking about over the past year, I'll be talking about it again during my audit committee report. We have issues in how we are requesting and authorizing contracts. And the question that, and it's my recollection, I don't have Ed Code in front of me, but I know for certain that all contracts, regardless of the amount, all contracts must be ratified by the board. And I believe it's a minimum of within a 90-day period, and I believe that it's actually even more frequent, but I don't have that Ed Code in front of me. And so my question is why is it that this contract was executed in December of last year, and now fully 10 months later, it's being brought before the board? So that's question one. And then question two, and this relates again to challenges in our procurement process and internal controls. It's my understanding that the purchase order connected with this contract was executed in, I believe, July of this period, so a full 6 months later. And I believe that the warrant, so the invoice coming in for that, came in 13 days later. And so obviously school services did not conduct all of their work in a 13-day period. And so we've got a serious breakdown in terms of how we authorize work. And effectively, we're asking vendors to go and do work without proper board approval and proper purchase orders in place. And this is a major no-no. So I'd like to understand why this has happened yet again.
So for this particular contract, although it was signed in December, the work didn't actually start until, I want to say May, because there were a lot of different activities going on with the March 15th deadline and some other challenges with staffing, not being available to conduct interviews. In terms of the PO and the payment that was made, it was actually just a partial payment. The full payment that was made in the warrant report, I believe, was about $14,000. So it was, part of that was for the portion of the work that they did, because the report was just completed. The PO, I can't really tell you exactly what happened, but I would venture to guess that it was the staffing, and just not getting it processed as maybe we should have when we signed the contract, and, between the work that, the gap between when the contract was signed and when the work actually started.
But, and just again to clarify, it's your recollection that the work started in May, but the work started before there was a purchase order in place?
Well, the contract was authorized and the follow-up with the purchase order was delayed, yes.
But you can't begin work. I mean, it's basically, the purchase order really is like the formal contract, to move forward with work. That's kind of the official handshake. So the larger contract is sort of, kind of a master services type of agreement, but the purchase order actually, guarantees the amounts, et cetera. Yeah, and I know exactly what I'm talking about. And so, yeah, I do. And so yeah, you have to have a purchase order in place before you can begin work. Yes, that's correct. So.
Member Grindel?
Well, we had a contract and work began based on that contract. And before any payment was made, the purchase order was completed. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a violation of the three-way match.
Okay, thank you. With that, I make a motion to approve the agenda item 11.6, quarterly report on contracts. May I get a second, please?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Member Zhang. Student Board Member, how do you vote?
Yes.
I have 3 yeas and 1 no from Member Hill.
Thank you. On to Board of Education recognitions and announcements. Student Board Member Torres.
A recognition. I would like to recognize my leadership teacher, Ms. Canales. She is wonderful. She is so supportive, and I love her so much.
Aww.
She's the reason why, I'm here, doing what I'm doing, and why the students have all these events that were going on. And I feel like she's so underappreciated at our school. So I just want to appreciate her because she is amazing.
Thank you.
And also, we're having a Dia de los Muertos event, like that Puente is holding. At our school, and we're partnering up with the New York Junior High Puente program, and it's going to be next Friday from 5:30 to 7:30 in the school, by the stage. So if you would like to come, please.
And are you guys having another trick-or-treat event?
Oh yeah, it's called Trunk or Treat. So it's on the 31st, which is on Halloween. And basically what we do is we get cars, local cars, like they're pretty nice, and we get students that have cars to come in the parking lot by the basketball hoop, by like the football field, and we invite kids from the community to come trick or treat with them.
Oh, that's
So the
nice.
cars are decorated, and there's gonna be games that the kids can play too.
And the time?
Oh, the time I want to say it's from 4 to 7.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Member Zhang?
So I will not be here for the next meeting. The first meeting of November, I will not be here because I'm getting married at the end of the month.
Yay, congratulations!
So let's get back to so the reason I mentioned that is today we toured a high school campus, and obviously one of the class we toured is the AP Physics class. And just like Superintendent has told me beforehand, we had the sub of a sub. And obviously walking to the classroom, that was not really the ideal classroom situation that I want to see. And I'm glad that we have a more stable long-term staff for that such a critical class, AP Physics, which is the gateway class for anybody that wants to go to engineering school or engineering program. So the reason I raised this issue is because by mid-November, if my memory serves me well, that the kids and the parents will need to make a decision whether they want to sign up for the AP exam. Without the certainty and the stability of having a stable sub or teacher, I think it will be a very tough decision for the kids to make whether they want to take the AP exam next year or not. If they don't, that's literally a waste of time for the entire year. If they do sign up by mid-November, they need to be assured that there's a stable teaching, that they actually can master the knowledge they have in order to take the exam. So, and that deadline will happen, I guess, before I come back from my 2-week vacation. So I hope that we can really get that sorted out, because I think that is a very serious issue, and the student, I will say today, is fair to say that that's not the ideal classroom I want to see when I tour the campus today. Okay, that's it.
Thank you, Member Zhang, and congratulations on your pending nuptials. We're very excited for you.
Congratulations.
Where's our invitation? No, I'm just kidding. Anyways.
I'm lost in the mail.
Yeah, it's all right. Member Hill?
Yes, I want to make an announcement. So, Board and Newark Unified School District stakeholders, on April 18th, 2022, I sent a complaint to the Alameda County Office of Education, ACOE, regarding a number of concerning irregularities I was witnessing in our district. On August 26, 2022, I received a reply back from the ACOE indicating that Ms. Cindy Parks had filed a California Public Records Act request regarding my correspondence with the ACOE and was provided with a partially redacted version of my complaint. The ACOE email to me also included a copy of this redacted document. In the spirit of transparency, I am now releasing this document and this statement to you and the general public for inspection. At this juncture, I would also like to take the opportunity to provide additional clarification regarding my complaint. When I first sent this communication to the ACOE in April of 2022, I stated that the board had never been informed regarding former Principal Bird's filing of a discrimination complaint against Superintendent Triplett. This statement was incorrect. After reviewing my NUSD board email, I learned that on March 5th, 2021, former President Zhang had sent an email to the board regarding Principal Bird's complaint and that he was authorizing an investigation into the matter. As I note in my own complaint, however, per Education Code 35163 and 35164, former President Zhang did not have the authority to unilaterally approve this investigation, and he had a duty to call a special meeting with the board to discuss this matter and vote on the appropriate next steps. Setting that aside, however, as I stated in my complaint, in my opinion, it was Superintendent Triplett and his staff who bore primary responsibility for the subsequent manipulation and concealment of this investigation, to which in the end former President Zhang also fell victim. Thank you for your attention regarding this matter and your ongoing support in calling for increased transparency and accountability in the Newark Unified School District. If you can hand that down to Dr.
Thank you. Member Hill, Member Grandel.
All right. Living in Newark is awesome. We have a Diwali celebration coming up. There's actually 3 locations in Newark. I feel bad, directing you to any one of them, but happy Diwali to our community, and enjoy one of the celebrations that are occurring. In addition, at the Magnolia Plaza near Mexico Tortilla Factory, there'll be a celebration of Dia de los Muertos on Saturday at from 1 to 5 p.m. Weather looks like it's going to be fantastic, like it usually is in Newark, and wanted to bring that to the community's attention as well. That's all I have right now. Just happy Diwali and it's kind of hard to say happy Day of the Dead, but why not? Feliz Dia de los Muertos.
Thank you, Member Grandel. I echo Member Grandel's statements and announcements and recognition. I also wanted to make a brief statement. The comments that Member Hill stated are his alone. They do not represent the board as a whole, and I do think that he is definitely out of line in making those comments. And there's a reason why we are looking into whether or not our practices in regards to his statements are in violation of Brown Act and of our own governing board policies. So that's all I want to say on that. But in terms of announcements and recognition, I just really want to appreciate Mayor Al Nagy for coming out and supporting our students at Bike, Walk, and Roll. It was a fun event, and also our police department and our parent volunteers for the event. And there was actually a bike raffle at the junior high. I don't know who the winner is, but I thought that was great. And also, along with that, the police department also had raffles for bike helmets for the students. So just want to appreciate them and coming out and really supporting our students. And also, want to appreciate Ms. Martinez for being here tonight. And I also want to give recognition to all of our theater students and give another shout out to their production starting on November 4th, correct? And so please come out and support our theater students and their production and have a good time. And with that, that's it. Thank you again to staff and everyone, our teachers, our students. It's, the first couple of months of school, and everybody's been persevering and working hard, and I hope that everyone continues to put in the work and continue to do great and be a great support for all of our students. So thank you. Okay, on to item 17.2, Board of Education Committee reports. Any report from Mission ROP?
No, sorry, nothing to report at this time.
Thank you. Anything from SELPA, Member Zhang? No. And anything from EBIC, Member Hill?
I'm not even looped into this right now, so I don't have a status.
Okay, thank you. And for the Audit Committee, Member Hill?
Yes, I have an update, and I want to make a statement, and let me give you guys the statement and information here. So if you could pass this down and make sure Dr. Triplett has a copy. Okay. So Board, regarding the Audit Committee report, I would like to share the following. So as you may recall from prior discussions, one of the Audit Committee's charter responsibilities is to review the adequacy of the district's internal controls and review with the Chief Business Officer key internal controls and how they will be tested during the annual audit. This is considered a standard function on any audit committee. And for those of you who are not accountants, an internal control system describes methods and procedures that are concerned with the authorization of transactions, the safeguarding of assets, and the accuracy of the financial records. The end goals of an internal control system are to ensure the integrity of the financial and accounting information, to promote accountability, and to prevent fraud. For the past 4 months, the Audit Committee has been having extensive discussions with NUSD staff regarding our internal control system, and has requested on multiple occasions to get a list of NUSD's key controls. On our October 11th Audit Committee meeting, Chief Business Officer De La Cruz shared with the committee that our district has no documented internal controls. This situation puts the district at significant financial risk. As a consequence, Audit Committee members Aaron Weitz and Steve Young have asked that I bring forward the following request to the board. We are requesting that the district establish a time frame for first putting together a preliminary list of key controls, and then an estimation of the level of effort to properly document these controls and their underlying processes. The assembly of the initial key control list should be fairly straightforward for anyone with finance and accounting experience, and shouldn't take more than a few hours of work. We are requesting that this preliminary list be documented in the third column of the internal controls matrix Member White shared in the last meeting, and this is attached in this document. Member White's is a certified public accountant and a former auditor. We would then like Chief Business Officer De La Cruz to also provide a level of effort to document these controls and processes, and a target schedule to complete this work, similar to what is currently being employed to update the backlog of board policies we covered in an earlier agenda item. This schedule could then be brought back to the board for discussion and subsequent approval/action. In addition, we are requesting that the board adopt Auditor Christy White's July 13th interim audit recommendations, including the best practice recommendations around establishing purchasing clerk and internal auditor positions, as well as processes supporting fixed asset management and a fraud tip line. And I included a couple of their pages from their interim report in this as well. So we thank you in advance for the support and guaranteeing we put solid systems and resources in place to help the district and its stakeholders ensure financial integrity and protect against potential waste, fraud, and abuse. And just a footnote, I understand that when Ms. Croce had put together the agenda for our last meeting, she failed to put together, under committee requests, she failed to make it an action. It was a discussion. So therefore, I am relaying the sentiments that the committee has shared, and I'm happy under the board requests. I can reread this, or we could just refer to this document, but that's the request that I'm putting forward on behalf of the discussions that we had. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hill. Any updates from the Bond Parcel Tax Committee? There is none. Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. De La Cruz, would you like to make a clarification?
Yeah, I just want to clarify what Mr. Hill said about, I said there was no documented internal controls. What I said was that there was no internal controls list in the form that they were asking. We do have internal controls that they're embedded in our procedures, which are documented. We've provided the documentation, our desk procedures to the audit committee, and I think at the request of Mr. Hill, including the policies associated with our procedures. So the statement that I said we had no documented internal controls is incorrect. And the other thing about Ms. Croce failed to make on the agenda, the action item, we send the agenda to Mr. Hill a few days in advance before it's actually posted, and he reviews it and gives his okay and approves it before we post anything.
This was sent to me less than 24 hours, and it was actually sent to me the same night that a board meeting was happening. And so again, please don't, it's your guys' responsibility for making sure that the agenda is set up correctly. And again, this was a standing item, and it's pretty obvious that committee request is an action item. But nevertheless, Ms. De La Cruz, you are mischaracterizing the discussions that happened in the audit committee, and we have We have two other witnesses that can validate that you
Okay,
This is
point
inappropriate.
of order.
So I'm
President-
allowed to, it's not inappropriate, I'm
This
allowed
is
to
inappropriate
respond.
to be attacking my staff
So,
and claiming that
I'm
they're
not-
doing
I'm not
it. that they're-
attacking.
Yes, you are.
Point of
I'm
order.
clarifying the statement.
Point of order.
And this is an incorrect statement.
Okay, thank you. On to Bond and Parcel Tax Committee. We do not have an update on that. And then for the City of Newark Liaison and NUSD Liaison Committee, Member Grandal?
Unfortunately, the meeting had to be rescheduled, and I believe we're working on rescheduling it now. So it has not been rescheduled yet, unless it looks like the superintendent wants to give me an update.
I understand from the city that the intention is to just hold the sequential meeting, which I believe is in January.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Triplett. Thank you, Member Grandal. On to item 17.3, Board of Education requests. Student Board Member, do you have any requests at this time?
I just request that the high school gets some better Wi-Fi. It's kind of bad, and for my computer science class, like, we're all on the computers the whole day, and it takes like 20 minutes just for something to load, and it's kind of difficult to do the work when the whole work is on the computers.
Okay.
So that's all.
Thank you for letting us know. I know that last year we did have those issues at the high school. Is there a second phase for us to correct the issue?
Yes. I know this is an ongoing, very frustrating experience, and so we'd be happy if the board member Torres would like, or if the board would like to do a staff report on the
Yes.
progress. We are in the middle of trying to secure an agency to help us to identify additional problems that are continuing to exist. So happy to share out about that.
Okay, great.
So sounds like that was a request from Board Member Torres.
Yes.
And I'm in support of it.
I am also. Thank you. Please get that report together, Dr. Triplett, for Student Board Member Torres.
Right away.
Thank you. Member Zhang?
Well, I don't have a request. I sort of have a follow-up request for the board that, like I said, by mid-November, that the kids need to make a decision whether they want to take the AP Physics exam or not. So hope you follow up on that. I think the stability and the certainty of teaching is about student success, and when it comes to student success, this is no joke.
Thank you, Member Zhang. Member Ho?
Yes, thank you. So again, I'll just reiterate my request and I'll summarize it. So the request is that we ask Ms. Dela Cruz to put together a list of key controls, because so far a list has not been provided to us. So that's request number one. And then request number two is that we adopt the recommendations, the interim recommendations that Christy White, our auditor, has provided in their interim update. So that's my request.
So do we have consensus on the first item? I mean, majority? No? Okay. Do we have majority on the second request?
I have a comment on the second request, if
Okay.
it's okay.
Yes.
I would like to see an evaluation by staff of what implementing those interim findings would mean. I'm not set on implementing an interim finding rather than waiting for the whole report, but I would appreciate a brief report from staff at a future meeting that lays out what it would take to, or what the staff's thinking is in terms of resources about the interim findings that were made, and not necessarily to bring it for action, but to have an update on how that would work. I'd like to see that if there's any other support.
I don't want to modify Member Hill's request, so if you could hold off on your request, that would be great.
Sure.
So there doesn't seem to be a majority for the second request either, so Member Grindel, would you like to modify Member Hill's?
Well, I'll just make it separate so
Okay.
it's simpler. I'd like to ask staff to talk about what it would take, or what their opinion is about implementing the interim findings that were indicated in the interim report.
So what is the interim report you were talking about?
The interim audit report.
There's an interim audit report that identified some issues, some staff needs,
Oh, yeah, I see
a change in the location of the whistleblower number, things like that, that are not gigantic issues, but they do have financial implications. So I'd like to hear from staff about whether or not, in a report, whether or not this is something we should implement quicker or wait for the full audit.
Well, I would agree that changing the fraud line is not major, but some of the other findings, particularly as it relates to internal controls around purchasing, and they explicitly called out that it is not appropriate to be initiating work without a purchase order in place. And so that's a pretty major finding and an important thing to address.
So I guess I would ask President, is there support for my
We have two. Just two, sorry. I think we can just wait for the interim report, and then staff will determine, based on budgeting process, whether or not we can be able to meet some of those needs based off of the interim report.
The final report.
I'm sorry, the final report. Thank you for the correction, Member Hill.
I don't have any other requests.
Thank you. I don't have any requests this time, but I will have a request next time. So be prepared. No, I'm just kidding. With that,
Although I do have a request. I do think that our student board members should have a chance to make a motion or something before we close the meeting. So.
yes, I expect him to make that motion tonight. So be ready. Thank you. Okay, with that, I'm going to pass it on to Superintendent for his concluding remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll keep them short. I just want to appreciate some of the folks here in this room. Member Jean, first of all, congratulations. That threw me for a loop. That's exciting. But also really want to appreciate you for the visit today, how you're engaging with students and questions you're asking. And also wanted to appreciate one of our teachers, Chef, who we had the pleasure of going into his class and watching the students as they're learning how to make pies. Very, very cool class, just so engaging. And then President Nguyen, I want to appreciate you for walk and roll and being willing to walk from school to school with me, and all the work that went into. I think you really pushed us as a district to make sure that we were participating in that activity coming out of COVID, and such a valuable thing to build community, to really promote exercise, being outdoors, and it was a lot of fun. So thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Triplett. Yes, I just want to say that I think it's really important that we do have several community events throughout the year. We haven't had any because of COVID, and I think that I would like this for us to be an annual event, and then, keep building on it if we can. That would be great. And then also, it's also a good way to partner with the city of Newark and have their participation. So overall, I think it's a wonderful event. So thank you.
Oh, and I neglected to appreciate Aloni, board member, for being part of walk and roll as well. It was great to see her out there.
Yes, of course. Okay, with that, student board member, I need a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Motion to adjourn the meeting.
Thank you. May I get a second?
I'll second that.
Motion made by student board member Torres, seconded by member Zhang. Student board member, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Board members, please vote.
I have 4 yeas.
Thank you. Meeting adjourned at 10:17 PM. We beat the 10:30.